Everybody can, oh yes, everybody can hear me, even myself. Okay, good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Ioris conference for the Indian Ocean. This conference, co-organized by Crimario and the Republic of Seychelles, is the first one of its sort, and certainly not the last one. So we are grateful to our Seychellois partners, particularly to the Ministry of Interior Affairs and the Seychelles Defense Forces for making this happen. The conference reunites more than 90 representatives from different organizations and different countries in the region. And it will address the past, the current situation, and the future of Ioris, and how this platform supports agencies and countries through coordination and cooperation to better address maritime security challenges. My name is Alexandru Chiric, or Alex on short, and I will be your host during the 2 days of the event. About myself, next slide please. Okay, it's coming. Okay, so basically, I'm a former Navy officer working at national and in EU environments and dealing, amongst others, with promoting cooperation on maritime security. As a civilian official working for the European Commission, I was entrusted, amongst others, with the responsibility of integration of maritime security and surveillance across EU member states, implementation of the maritime security strategy across the EU, and the cooperation on European Coast Guard functions. So I would say that would be, in short, about me, more than 20 years experience in enabling cooperation on surveillance and maritime security. So I thought that this is probably the reason why I was appointed as a moderator. But then I thought, well, a second, the entire team, Crimario team, has at least the same experience and expertise as mine. So I think the reason why I was appointed to moderate this conference is because I am paying very much attention to details. So I am a perfectionist. Or another reason that came to my mind is because I am actually responsible for another area in Crimario team. I am mainly dealing with Southeast Asia, and probably that makes me an unbiased person. So I don't know many of you, but I am very happy to meet you. Okay, and the last reason why I think I am your moderator is because I don't speak neither English, neither French perfectly. So you can blame me for this in both languages. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, as you might have already announced, each of you are taken care by Crimario, and this is how we are supposed to take care of each delegation. So in case you have any questions, any needs, any clarifications, please address to this, my colleagues, as you can see on the slide. Okay? Next one, please. Yes, logistics. So the internet is the following one, and the password, as you can see on the screen. You can take pictures, please. And the link to the conference. This is the link of the YouTube where the conference will be transmitted live. So this event will be recorded, and communication will be performed on this on different social media to advertise this event and, of course, your presence and your support to the Crimario work. Pictures will be also being taken during the event, and we will have a group picture, a family picture at the first break. We are going to lead you towards the place of the picture. Then, interpretation is ensured for you. So you can see there Leticia. There are how many languages? So two languages, Arabic and French. Thank you. Safety measures. In case of anything, this is the way out. So everybody will go out by there, and of course you can use the door behind to the most close exit. Bathrooms, left and right, left the gents, right the ladies. And of course, very important, we will have coffee breaks and lunch break at the moments they have been described, pointed out in the agenda. A very important event also, the gala dinner. All of you are warmly invited, and we are waiting for you tonight at 19:45 at the Savoy Hotel. The dress code, smart casual. Next slide, please. The conference. So here I have to emphasize a very important aspect, the time constraint. The conference has a very substantial content. So for that reason, we will need to be strict in what regards your interventions. So myself and my colleague here, Cyprian, will show you when your speech is coming close to the limit. And please help us in maintaining the rhythm of this conference. Thank you so much in advance. We will have moderators for each of the sessions that I am going to introduce, and for each session we have Q&A, as well as interaction between presentations and live demonstrations. Oh, sorry, demonstration of Ioris. Okay, without further ado, I would invite the keynote speakers, next slide please, to take a seat at the podium. So Honorable Minister Errol Fonseca, please. You will speak first. Please, you are invited. Ambassador Michael Puck, please, sir. The EU Senior Coordinator for Maritime Security in the Northwestern Indian Ocean. The retired Brigadier Lonena Naishio. I hope I pronounce your name well, sir. Thank you so much. Is the Djibouti Code of Conduct in the Secretariat of Working Group 2, Maritime Security, and of course, the Director of Crimario Project, Mr. Kauki Inglot. Please, sir. Okay. Thank you very much for listening. And now I'm handing over the floor to Mr. Errol Fonseca. Sir, please take the floor. Thank you so much.
Ambassador Dr. Michael Bush, Excellencies, distinguished guests and the Ioris delegates, ladies, gentlemen, good morning. It's certainly an honor to be opening this conference, and I wish to thank you for joining us in the first Ioris Indian Ocean gathering. But before we explore the benefits of Ioris, I wish, on behalf of President Wavel Ramkalawan and the government of Seychelles, thank the European Union for the sustained cooperation that Seychelles and the European Union have enjoyed for well over a decade in the maritime field. The cooperation, especially with UNAFOR Atalanta, has been quintessential to addressing piracy and now forms a bedrock to addressing the other maritime crimes in the region. Another more recent example is the joining of forces with the Seychelles Fishing Authority to address sustainable fisheries by training conducted for Somali fisheries officials. Seychelles' close relationships with Crimario since its inception is another area of cooperation that strengthens core resolve to meet the wide range of crime in our maritime zones. And the fluidity of crime requires secure operational communications between partners. The Ioris platform provides this added security requirement. Being user-friendly, it facilitates collaboration between countries, cultures, agencies, allowing partners to conduct business in a harmonized manner. Ioris is now present in over 21 countries, 3 international organizations, amongst NGOs and various industries. The tool is growing into a community of like-minded users, exploiting the system to intensify interoperational tasks. The platform was launched in Seychelles in 2018, and it has been supported by the Indian Ocean Commission centers, namely the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center and the Regional Center for Operational Coordination. The platform has also supported countless regional operations and exercises, including the US-led series of Cutlass Express exercises. It is only in reinforcing mutual support amongst us that will bring success to the present maritime threats. It has been done before in tackling piracy. It can now equally happen. You will discover during this conference the Irish standardization or standardized approach to doing business at both interagency and regional level, addressing maritime security and safety and sustainable fisheries, irrespective of whether inside or outside economic zones, territorial seas or littoral endports. So to conclude, allow me once again to thank all participants from near and afar. Allow me to thank Crimario for organizing this conference, namely Mr. Martin Koshi-Inglot and his team, as we look forward to examining how together we can exploit the system further and expand this growing network. I therefore wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now I will invite to the floor the Ambassador Polk. Please, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister Fonseca, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and pleasure for me to open the first historic Ioris conference for the Indian Ocean organized by Crimario, the EU-funded Critical Maritime Routes Indo-Pacific project. During the two-day conference, we will focus on operationalizing the Ioris information exchange platform. Now, our objective is to establish a regional governance structure as soon as practical. I particularly appreciate that this important conference is held here in the Seychelles, a country that has and is contributing so much to our maritime security agenda and I fully underline what Minister Fonseca has just told us about our cooperation with the Seychelles. Today, I would like to speak about three topics: the common aspiration for a safe maritime environment, the tools and instruments at our disposal, and the importance of the Ioris information sharing system in that regard. Let me start with our ambition for a safe and secure maritime environment. As many are aware, the EU is fully dedicated to addressing maritime security issues in the region. Consequently, the EU has decided to increase efforts to ensure safer and more secure navigation across the Indian Ocean. We are invested heavily in this region. As a global trading powerhouse, the EU relies on maritime transport and infrastructure. However, secure maritime routes are not only important for us, they are important for the entire global community. As 90% of all goods reach their destination by sea through sea lanes, there is no doubt about maritime security is today an overriding concern for everyone. The EU has a strong interest in keeping trade routes open, ensuring safer and lawful use of maritime natural resources, fighting organized crime, illicit trafficking, and terrorism. These challenges can only be addressed collectively through international cooperation. The Western Indian Ocean remains a strategically important region for the EU. Our engagement is based on a long-term outlook that includes the revised Horn of Africa strategy, the broader Indo-Pacific strategy launched this year, the strategic partnership with the Gulf, and the EU Global Gateways Initiative. These strategies aim to reduce instability, promote democracy and sustainable growth, boost trade, and foster regional integration. One critical aspect of these strategies is to work with our partners to ensure the security and safety of their maritime space. Because of growing maritime insecurity, many of our partners, coastal countries, and the maritime industry are asking the EU to assume a more prominent role, not only in our immediate vicinity, but also further away. And that brings me to my second point: the tools and instruments at our disposal. Now, most of you here will be familiar with our flagship initiative, EUNAVFOR Operation Atalanta in the Western Indian Ocean, and the Minister has mentioned that in his speech. It was launched at the time to combat Somali-based piracy off the Horn of Africa. Other tasks, such as trafficking of narcotic drugs and weapons and monitor illicit activities at sea, have been added. Those tasks become increasingly important, giving a sharp increase in those criminal activities as piracy incidents decreased significantly. NAVFOR Atalanta has recently conducted several successful operations against drug trafficking, seizing narcotic drugs with an estimated value of 200 million euros. In addition, EUCAP Somalia provides the expertise of European law enforcement officers to Somalia, both at federal and regional levels in Somaliland and Puntland. Since 2020, European member states and Norway have now united through the Maritime Awareness in the Strait of Hormuz mission to de-escalate tensions and provide reassurance to ship owners transiting the straits. Earlier this year, based on the positive example of the new coordinated maritime presences concept in the Gulf of Guinea, the EU launched the second CMP project here, this time in the Northwestern Indian Ocean. This establishes a maritime area of interest from the Strait of Hormuz to the southern tropic and from the north of the Red Sea towards the center of the Indian Ocean. The CMP is an instrument created to strengthen the EU's capacity as a reliable partner and maritime security provider. Its flexible structure that relies on voluntary deployment of naval vessels by EU member states promotes greater European engagement, ensures continuous maritime presence, and outreach in the designated area of interest, and fosters international cooperation and partnership at sea. Finally, the EU support programs enhance maritime law enforcement, reinforce port security, and upgrade information sharing capacities across the Western Indian Ocean region. And this is done through the MASA program, the Crimea project, the Port Security and Safety of Navigation program, and more recently, the Maritime Security Program for the Red Sea. These projects alone represent more than 110 million euros of direct financial contribution. Now, as you can imagine, this range of EU activities necessitates close coordination to create synergies and avoid duplication. And it is for this reason that I've been appointed Senior Coordinator for Maritime Security in the Northwestern Indian Ocean, and that's why I'm here today. Now, this brings me to my final point and the essence of today's conference. Maritime security is all about effective maritime domain awareness. What is required is surveillance capacity and the effective sharing of available information. Staff needs to have the right capabilities at their disposals and be properly educated and trained to use such systems and technologies. The European Union engages with its regional partners on this through its strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Now, our key tool is COMARIO, and it was launched in 2015 precisely with the task to achieve better maritime domain awareness, information sharing, and coordination here. And it gives me great pleasure to say, just a few days ago, the European Commission extended COMARIO until 2025, and topping up its budget by 10 million euros, and requesting it to be also more present in the Pacific Ocean. Altogether, the EU therefore provides and invests 23 million euros in the COMARIO program. Ioris has been COMARIO's flagship in this endeavor. It is a neutral and secure information exchange platform for the region and developed with the region. During a 4-year period of continuous consultation with regional partners, Ioris evolved from an information exchange tool to one which now includes automatic identification system information. And more advanced technology will be added. In the future, partners will be available to request satellite data, which will help them identify illicit activities in the open seas. Let me underline that there is no external oversight of the data shared through Ioris. Full security of information is guaranteed. The platform is now being used by countries across the Indo-Pacific, from Kenya to Peru. And just 2 weeks ago, at the Djibouti Code of Conduct held in Jeddah, a very informative meeting, we shared more information about this system. And more importantly for us, the DCOC community agreed to test the system for 1 year. I'm pleased to announce today that in the coming month, Crimario will work to establish an Ioris governance structure composed of regional users. A first steering committee is planned for March 2023, so in 4 months' time. All current and future Ioris users will be invited to join and oversee the future development and running of the system. This is a system for you and with you. On this happy note, let me conclude. The promotion of maritime security cannot be achieved by one country or organization alone. The efforts must be collective. Together, we can be more effective. Let us fully explore our expertise jointly in the spirit of cooperation. And I think this is why we are all here today. I therefore encourage you to make the best use of this conference and explore ways on how to advance the coverage of the Ioris tool. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for these supportive words and also for showing to the audience the importance of Crimario for the European Union at any possible level. So thank you so much. Next, I will invite to the stage Brigadier Retired Lunena Aisho from the IMO Djibouti Code of Conduct. Please, sir.
Thank you, MC. Minister of Interior, His Honorable Aaron Fonseca, Ambassador Michael Hooch, Ambassador Bin Ubat, heads of delegation present here, admirals, generals, our host Crimario, led by Martin Caucho-Inglot, maritime CEOs present here, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As given earlier, my name is Brigadier Retired Lunena Aisho. I'm the chair of Working Group 1 of Information Working Group under IMO. I always cherish an opportunity to visit this beautiful country, Honorable Minister, and this is quite beautiful. The last time I was here was more than 20 years ago when I came over with the Kenya Navy ships to visit this beautiful country. Firstly, I would like to thank the Republic of Seychelles for the warm hospitality accorded to participants since their arrival, and to the European Union through the Crimario 2 project for coordinating and supporting this conference, which is important not just for our region, but for the international community as well, with a focus on these conference objectives, noting our reliance on the oceans. My focus this morning will be on maritime domain awareness, the importance of sharing the maritime domain information, and the need for optimization through collaboration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you, as said earlier, as the chair of Working Group 1. I acknowledge what the Honorable Speaker said and what the Ambassador said on information sharing within the Djibouti Code of Conduct. The Djibouti Code of Conduct was established in 2009 and was concerned with the repression of piracy and armed robbery against ships in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. With the 2017 Agenda Amendment, the 21 signatory states have now agreed to collaborate in combating a broad spectrum of maritime crimes through information sharing within the identified information sharing network. With the assistance of IMO, the Djibouti Code of Conduct has already developed and adopted a regional strategy and roadmap for enhancement of information sharing network. This takes into consideration the lessons learned in the implementation of the Djibouti Code of Conduct, which, I quote, "You cannot build an effective regional information sharing network without strong foundations at the national level." And this requirement focuses on building a national capacity to ensure regional capacity for combating maritime crimes. At the national level, the Djibouti Code of Conduct calls for multi-agency coordination and information sharing, thus implementing a whole-of-government approach to maritime security. Based on the measures outlined in Article 3 of the JEDA Amendment and priorities agreed by signatory states. Other measures identified in the JEA include the establishment of multi-agency national maritime security committees, the national maritime security strategies, and the establishment of the national maritime information sharing centers in all the 21 countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this, the region has agreed on a framework of implementing the Djibouti Code of Conduct Information Sharing Network strategy and a roadmap. These include building facilities and services, agreeing that maritime domain awareness capability will include MDA information sharing systems necessary to support maritime security needs at the national, at the regional, and the international level. Consensus that the organization of these multi-agency centers should include the internal manning structure, roles, and responsibilities. Next one is that the National Maritime Information Centers will have doctrine and concepts that depict the national and regional mandate. Agree on all the centers will have similar guidelines and operating standards. The JEDA high-level meeting held in November 2022 agreed to prioritize development of standing operating procedures for the centers, and IMO is organizing workshops in the same in February 2023. That the focus on multi-agency centers is cooperation across national agencies and interoperability with the external organizations. The member states further undertake to provide adequate personnel for the manning and operations. The centers will incorporate training, standardization to enhance their capacity, and member states will provide minimum logistics for their operations that will involve access, transport, and sustainable financial model. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to augment and cement these positions, the JAS concluded November DCOC JEDA high-level meeting. A vision and mission in this regard was agreed on, where every Djibouti Code of Conduct signatory state will seek to establish its own National Maritime Security Committee structure, which oversees the work of the operationalization of the National Maritime Information Sharing Center and effectively utilizes the information it provides in the national maritime security decision-making. The DCOC signatory states, national agencies will cooperate in sharing information through these particular centers. The international partners or the friends of DCOC undertake to cooperate in sharing information, including, where appropriate, through memorandum of understanding established to the centers and regional centers. The agreed steps to bring this into fruition with respect to the centers was that signatory states should provide adequate facilities and services in order to meet the information sharing network mission and have a vision statement. Thirdly, is to ensure appropriate internal manning structures with defined roles and responsibilities, implement policies, doctrines, concepts that depict the national and regional mandates and policies, harmonize guidelines and operating standards with the centers of other signatory states, focus on cooperation across national agencies and interoperability with the external organization, provide adequate personnel for their manning and operations, incorporate training and standardization to enhance their capacity, and provide adequate logistics for the operations that will involve access, as I said earlier, transport, and sustainable funding. Noting the important role of the centers and seeking to ensure their capacity in order to operationalize them will require determination of the status of each signatory state undertook to conduct a self-assessment to determine at what stage they are achieving the initial operating capability based on proposed minimum benchmarks, as earlier said. Upon completion of self-assessment, each signatory state is to notify my working group, which is Working Group 1, of the initial operating capability attainment of its center. Some countries have already requested for IMO for technical assistance in conducting an independent assessment for their centers to guide attainment of full capability. Each country will determine releasability of assessment results. International and regional partners in bilateral capability negotiations, the high-level meeting agreed that the focal point to ensure coordinated capacity building was the centers, the working Group 2 and the DECO Secretariat, who would both provide coordination in this regard. Provision of technical assistance by relevant implementing partners to provide as determined in the country's self-capability assessment. I wish to recognize at this juncture the role of Crimario in supporting the Djibouti Code of Conduct member states since its inception. In the just concluded Jeddah high-level meeting, the DCOC community agreed to test the Ioris information exchange platform as an information exchange platform for 1 year, as stated earlier. In the coming 2023, we shall see outputs based on the foregoing as follows. First, joint SOPs developed in February and March 2023, and then secondly, that the Djibouti Code of Conduct information sharing exercise, Crimario 2, in the mid-2023. As I conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that there is need for a regional-led information sharing network, and that the Djibouti Code of Conduct, through the Working Group 1 and 2, provides a good avenue for partners to cooperate with the Djibouti Code of Conduct. Confidence is therefore based on sharing of information which builds confidence, fosters cooperation, enhances capabilities. We look forward to this unity of effort and collaboration with the international partners to ensure maritime security within our region. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brigadier, for the kind words. And now I will invite to the stage Mr. Kauki Inglot, our director. So please, Martin.
Thank you, Alex. Honest Minister Fonseca, Deputy Minister Al-Soubi, Ambassador Dr. Push, Admirals, Generals, distinguished guests from 23 countries, and friends from international organizations. It is indeed a pleasure to greet you to this beautiful island of the Seychelles. We thank you for taking the time out of your busy calendars to join us on this historic first, to discuss Crimario's favorite topic, Ioris. And why are we discussing Ioris? Well, much is said during international fora and written in national maritime security strategies about the importance of exchanging information. And what we frequently hear is why we need to exchange information. And we know we need to exchange information to deal with incidents at sea, to prevent incidents, to support friends and partners, deal and prevent incidents. But in my opinion, we do not give much attention as to how we exchange information. So when push comes to shove and we need to exchange information, we frequently do this through unsecure and professional channels, many using email and WhatsApp, because integrated and secure information exchange systems are lacking, which is not really the way to deal with maritime incidents at sea. Cramario identified this deficiency some 7 years ago and worked towards developing Ioris, a neutral and secure info exchange system for use across the Indo-Pacific, the benefits of which are 4. First of all, cost effectiveness, because instead of developing an info exchange system costing 2 million euros for each country, and we're dealing with 40 countries, we have one common system which 40 countries can log into, both for national and regional information exchange. Secondly, harmonization. Because of 40, instead of 40 independent systems needing to interconnect with one another at a very high cost to develop this interface, we have one common system where everyone can log into. Thirdly, comprehensiveness, because Ioris offers a common maritime operational picture, integrating communication, coordination, and I underline light surveillance functionalities. And fourthly, joint ownership, which Ambassador Pour just mentioned this morning, because the journey starts today. And we hope that this will lead to our first steering committee meeting in March, hopefully in another exotic place where most of you will be invited. So why are we here today? Well, I would summarize this for 5 reasons, as is broken down in the agenda. First of all, to continue building trust and confidence in one another, because to develop our Ioris community, we have to become friends. Secondly, to bring better awareness of what Ioris has to offer, by either demonstrating this during some interesting briefs today from most of you, or by hearing first-hand reports of how you have yourselves dealt with the system and learned from the system. So we will be providing a total of 9 briefs on Ioris, which will only be of 3 minutes each, and they will supplement each of the main briefs provided, so you can understand the functionalities of how Ioris can support you. It won't be too technical, I hope, just to give you a bit of a taste. Also, during the exercise, during the conference today, we are organizing a regional exercise, a regional top exercise, with participants in Sri Lanka, in the Maldives, in Kenya, in the IOC centers, and together, from the operational centers, they are exercising together. And you will see this demonstrated in the afternoon. Thirdly, we'd also like to describe how we are going about building the Ioris network, because it is not only about learning to use a tool, but also about bridging cultures and implementing procedures. So when I go on my tours and I sell the platform to politicians and high-level officials, I can say that 85 to 9% of the times I'm successful. The challenge is then transforming the political and military leadership will into implementation at the operational level. That is the challenge, okay? But we've learned from this, and we are developing procedures through which there can be a bottom-up and top-down process to ensure that this is happening. It's not an easy process. I think it's our biggest challenge. Fourthly, also to learn about emerging technologies and how Ioris could develop to better meet the needs of the users. And finally, to discuss the establishment of some regional working groups, and tomorrow afternoon we'll start this discussion. We have a few ideas we're going to lay on the table in search and rescue and control of monitoring vessel traffic. And so this will lay the way to establishing some community areas early next year. Before concluding, I want to underline a few points so it's absolutely clear. Ioris is not an EU system. Ioris is not an EU system. It is a system funded by the EU for the region. Ioris is what we all make of it. It's not Cremario which is just pushing this. All of you can contribute to the success of Cremario. You can think out of the box and you can be creative, and we'd like to learn from your experiences. For example, Ethiopia, a landlocked country, is now using Ioris to communicate with its merchant ships at sea, securely, right? This is something that we didn't ask the Ethiopians to do. They went off with the idea and it's working. We are not obliging any country to exchange information. This comes from you. What we are offering is a neutral and secure conduit so that if and when you need to exchange information, there's a conduit through which you can do it. Finally, we are not interested in your data. We are interested in enabling a secure maritime domain, and we're interested in supporting you do this. Our raison d'etre is to support you. We support partners in conducting exercises. We've supported the US. We've supported Atalanta. We've supported UNODC. This is why we're here, to support this type of cooperation. And I'll conclude that today, together, in this forum, we have an optimum blend of political, diplomatic, and operational officials who understand the decision-making process from different aspects. So let's exploit this setting to assess how together Ioris can be used for the benefit of us all. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think now it works. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Martin, for pointing out the main elements that we wanted to transmit and to enable through Ioris. These elements will come up during the meeting over and over again because we really want to pass these essential messages to any one of you. Now, I would like to thank you to our distinguished guests. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for supporting the Cremario efforts. And we look very much forward to your support and confidence in our project in the future. So thank you so much for the distinguished guests. Okay, now it's time to enter into business. So session 1. Addressing maritime challenges in the Indian Ocean and how Ioris can support coordination and decision-making process. I will invite to the stage the members of the first panel, led by retired Admiral Pial de Silva, the former Chief of Sri Lankan Navy. So please, sir. And also I invite to the stage Lieutenant Antonio Morte Dominguez, Commodore Boudica Lina Gamage, sorry for that, Mr. Mario Al-Qaide and Mr. Yonis Adenaden Somalia from Somalia Maritime Authorities. Please, sirs. Admiral, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. Alex, thank you very much for introduction. The first session of this esteemed conference focuses on addressing maritime challenges in the Indian Ocean and how Ioris can support coordination and the decision-making process. We have 4 eminent speakers to address this important audience in this session today under the themes of maritime security and maritime safety. The Indian Ocean, being the 3rd largest ocean in the world, plays a pivotal role in global trade, security and geopolitics. The increasing security challenges in the Indian Ocean demand a greater emphasis to be placed on maritime security and maritime safety agenda in the Indian Ocean region. Even though the Indian Ocean covers only 20% of the Earth's surface, in every second of the day, a single or multiple activity that are directly connected to some of the topics being discussed in this session today is happening in the Indian Ocean, either noticeable or unnoticeable manner. The importance of the Indian Ocean region is reiterated due to its dynamic, volatile and vibrant nature in terms of diverse maritime security challenges, blue economy and ocean health. Safe, secure and serene Indian Ocean is not only the concern of the Indian Ocean countries, but also the rest of the world, because Indian Ocean is a key umbilical that connects the global trade, thus ensuring unimpeded sea line of communication. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you with some of the major incidents that occurred during last 2 years in the Indian Ocean region to highlight the vibrant, volatile and dynamic nature of the Indian Ocean. Ultra-large container vessel Ever Given blocked the Suez Canal, triggering a crisis with global consequences, leading to a worldwide economic loss close to 2.5 billion euros. This incident demonstrated the devastating eventuality in the event of blocking of choking point. Apprehension of 112 tons of heroin, methamphetamine and hashish by the law enforcement agencies during the period. Seizing of 1,400 AK-47 rifles and 226,000 rounds of ammunition from a stateless dhow in the North Arabian Sea. The fire on board container vessel Express Pearl and sinking the vessel off the coast of Colombo during her main voyage last year. And this incident was recorded as the worst plastic pollution incident in the maritime history. Removal of 157 lethal improvised sea mines led by the terrorists in Red Sea in November 2020. Proliferation of advanced unmanned technology systems and missiles to non-state actors in the Persian Gulf region has increased remarkably during the recent past. Continuation of best management practices and the joint efforts by all stakeholders resulted in removal of the high security area in the Indian Ocean region. However, the re-emergence of piracy cannot be ruled out in the region. Human smuggling continues to occur in more organized and transnational means. Many vessels with possible illegal migrants have been arrested while crossing the Indian Ocean. IUU fishing is a widely occurring phenomenon in the Indian Ocean, and the maritime law enforcement agencies are arresting illegal fishing trawlers, fishing vessels on a daily basis across the Indian Ocean. The climate change has impacted severely in the maritime sector in general and influencing many search and rescue missions owing to frequent cyclones in particular. Stakeholders in the Indian Ocean region would be wise to recognize the danger posed by non-compliance of standards and poor safety practices, which resulted in tragic explosion at a port in Lebanon recently. So the key incidents have highlighted that no one country, irrespective of its size, capacity, resources, economic power and political power, can respond to major incidents happening in the maritime domain without coordination, cooperation and mutual understanding among each other. In this context, the facilities that Ioris platform provide through Crimario program to partner countries support coordination and the decision-making process. The capabilities acquired from Ioris platform will be an important force multiplier to any maritime law enforcement agency to gain maritime domain awareness whilst avoiding sea blindness. Ladies and gentlemen, with that overview, I wish to open the session for the speakers. Each speaker will deliver their speech for 10 minutes, and at the end of each speech, a member from the Crimario will demonstrate how Ioris tool could be utilized effectively to support coordination and the decision-making process. May I now call our first speaker, Lieutenant Antonio Dominguez. He is from the Spanish Navy, 3rd JOC Coordinator, European Union Naval Force of Atlanta. So for you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Navy Officer Antonio Martorell. I'm the Job Corps Adjutant for Atalanta, and it's a great honor for me to be here. I will be talking about maritime threats. This is the agenda I will be following. So, regional update, situation in Somalia, situation in Yemen, piracy, conflict-related, terrorism threat assessment, weapons smuggling, human trafficking, narcotic, and then a threat summary and a conclusion. Regional update. The Indo-Pacific is one of the world's fastest growing economies. Nowadays, more than half of the world's trade passes through Bab el-Mandeb through the Indo-Pacific. This represents around 25,000 significant ships transiting through Bab el-Mandeb every year, or about one ship every 20 minutes. Therefore, the area remains highly strategic for all actors in international stages. However, the area is also highly conflicted and vulnerable to transitional threats. Non-state actors and Islamic insurgencies continue to pose a terrorist threat in Yemen, Somalia, and Mozambique on land, but also in the maritime domain, as illustrated by the conflict between the Houthis militias and the Saudi-led coalition. In Yemen and Somalia, these insurgencies have also developed a basic but deficient Saudi government, undermining the state rebuilding. Situation in Somalia. Somalia continues facing a major humanitarian crisis after 4 consecutive failed rainy seasons, with the same situations expected to be repeated until early 2023. This dire situation is coupled with the impact of protracted conflict, disease, outbreaks, and an increase in food and commodity prices. Al-Shabaab remains the primary threat actor responsible for the degradation of security and stability in Somalia. Al-Shabaab capability to remain mobile, adaptable, funded, and trained make it still a strong threat to stability in Somalia. Although not as active as Al-Shabaab, Islamic State in Somalia also remains present in the northeastern region of the country, mainly in the Muscat Mountains. There is currently no evidence of Al-Shabaab possessing maritime capabilities or any future intent to operate within such environments. However, there is a realistic possibility that Al-Shabaab has started using sea routes in order to resupply and redeploy after the ongoing concentrated Somali National Army offensive. Regarding the situation in Yemen, the 2nd of October 2022 marked the expiry of ceasefire in Yemen, with no further ceasefire extensions agreed upon. Despite the continuation of negotiations attempts announced by the UN envoy, there have been no signs of agreement or possible ceasefires. The Houthis have remained increasingly hostile messaging since the end of the truce. There have been no signs of agreement or possible ceasefires. The Houthis have been increasingly hostile, messaging. Can you hear me? Yes. Sorry. In the maritime domain, the Houthis have demanded to cease the export of petroleum by the government of Yemen and threatened all companies and tankers operating in the area under control of the Yemeni government that they will be attacked if they attempt to export Yemeni oil. Oil tankers involved in exporting oil from Yemen have been threatened with drone strikes. The threat of oil tankers safer breaking apart is still present. It's estimated that there is nearly 1.1 million barrels of oil on board. The main risks are the possible structural failure due to the lack of maintenance that could result in a leak from the storage tanks or as a large release due to an explosion from the buildup of flammable gases in the tank. Were the oil to leak, this would result in significant environmental and economic damage. Now, a major part of the funding is in place, and the UN has announced that the unloading of the floating saver oil reservoir will begin in the first quarter of 2023. UN is in process of negotiations with the Houthis to try to reach an agreement for the fuel transfer procedure. Piracy. Security challenges continue to exist in the vicinity of Somali coast due to instability ashore. Former piracy networks remain in the area. If such networks assess that the reward of conducting piracy attacks outweighs the risk, these groups could resume pirate attacks. Any successful attack might encourage further attacks, and therefore it remains paramount to ships operating in the vicinity to implement and retain the measures recommended on the BMP5. The lack of events related to piracy in the last 2 years does not mean that a resurgence in piracy is not possible. At the height of piracy, between 2008 and 2011, in total, 145 ships were captured by pirates, and close to 600 tentative attacks with millions of dollars paid as ransoms. For example, in 2011, pirates were holding 736 hostages and 32 ships. It is assessed that piracy is currently suppressed but not eradicated. Reasons for such a statement include the continued presence, monitoring, and deterrence operations performed by CMF, UNAFOR, other warships, and maritime patrol aircraft on the area. The continued widespread implementation of the BMP5 by the majority of the shipping industry. The prospect of prosecution and subsequent imprisonment of pirates. The adoption of lower risk yet profitable criminal activities such as smuggling undertaken by former pirates. There is also a realistic possibility that piracy could resurface if some or all of the following conditions are met. Shipping ceasefire to fully implement BMP5. There is a significant decrease in the presence of warships and local maritime security forces in the area. The continued deterioration in the security, economic, and political situation, coupled with the increase in poverty due to famine, droughts, floods, and locust infestations. The lack of bridge-to-bridge information sharing and reporting. Trade maritime routes move closer to Somali territorial waters. Could you please pass the next slide?
Yes, and everybody, if possible, we go now also for the group photo. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you to the technicians for sorting out the problem. So I will resume my presentation. As a recap, I've talked about regional update, situation in Somalia, situation in Yemen, and piracy. I will continue my presentation talking about conflict related. As no threatening or targeting reports have been received on general merchant traffic transited in Gulf of Aden, Bab el-Mandeb, or Red Sea, the overall threat in these regions remains low. Although merchant vessels not associated with nations involved in the regional conflict at Yemen are unlikely to be attacked, yet there is always a risk that vessels might be misidentified by combatants or suffer from collateral damage, which could probably be the case on the attack on the 15th of November 2022 in the Gulf of Oman on a Liberian flag oil tanker, when an Iranian UAV conducted a one-way attack against the Pacific Circle. Houthis militias, in a major military parade in Hodeidah port on the 1st September 2022, displayed waterborne improvised explosives, sea mines, drones, and anti-ship missiles. It was indicated that the Houthis continue to have the capability to target and attack Saudi-led coalition-related vessels in the maritime region. There is a moderate risk of attack on Saudi-led coalition warships and merchant vessels associated with the Saudi-led coalition in coastal waters south of Jeddah. Ships exporting oil products from Yemen are likely to be targeted in the future. The threat to vessels operating with oil products inside Yemen territorial waters near ports is assessed to be substantial. Regarding terrorism threat assessment, no reports received of terrorism attack affecting the threat for merchant traffic in the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Gulf of Aden. Conflicts in Somalia and Yemen continue to provide operating bases and freedom of maneuver for regional terrorist organizations. As no maritime incidents have been reported and classified as terrorist attacks since 9 of September 2022, in the attack of the U.S. Skull while refueling in Port of Aden in Yemen, the threat from terrorism on the maritime domain is assessed as low. Concerning weapons smuggling, trafficking poses a significant security threat involving firearms, explosive materials, components, and precursors. Arms transshipped in Oman and Somali waters to smaller boats with the cargo delivered to ports on the south coast of Yemen and smuggled over land or through Bab el-Mandeb. On the 8th of November 2022, the U.S. 5 Fleet intercepted a fishing vessel in the Gulf of Oman, highly likely smuggling lethal acid, including 70 tons of ammonium perchlorate, which is a powerful oxidizer commonly used to make fuel as well as explosives. It is likely that the vessel's intended destination was Yemen, and that this material was intended for the Houthis forces. Human trafficking and cargo smuggling. Notable increase in irregular migration from Somalia and Djibouti in the Horn of Africa across the Gulf of Aden to reach Yemen. Conditions across the Gulf of Aden from Djibouti and Somalia to Yemen are severe, conservatively estimated to have a mortality rate of 5%. Charcoal ban has been relatively effective. In 2013, the charcoal trade was $360 million. This diminished to $150 million in 2019. Current assessment on that is that cartel trade makes less than $8 million. Narcotics. The region is scattered by the routes of every imaginable illegal traffic in the area, with the Haas Highway and the Smack Track or Route 59. Azor, criminal and trafficking networks are active in all coastal countries, slowly improving their connections and undermining the authorities in the coastal states. For drugs, African states, in particular Kenya and Seychelles, are increasingly affiliated by the problems of drug addiction. In February 2022, the EU activated our counter-drug trafficking task, and it did not take long before this task offered its first exploits. Between March and April, French assets under direct support of Atalanta conducted 8 consecutive counter-narcotic operations, leading to the seizure and the destruction of more than 12.5 tons of various narcotics worth more than 270 million euros in street value. As a threat summary, the threat to merchant and large fishing vessels transiting in the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, Gulf of Aden, and the Western Indian Ocean is classified as follows. Piracy is low, meaning an attack is unlikely. Conflict-related activity, low for transiting merchant vessels. Moderate, which means an attack is a realistic possibility for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Saudi-led coalition flag vessels. Moderate for all ships involved in the Yemen conflict entering Yemen territorial waters. Substantial, which means an attack is likely for tankers engaged in oil activities near Yemeni ports. Terrorist attack is low. I'd like to conclude by saying that the regional threat of piracy in the Horn of Africa continues to be a key priority for UNAFOR and combined maritime forces. The combined effort of the naval forces deployed in the area and the continued support of the maritime industry to eradicate the threat has contributed to the current success. It is imperative to continue to strengthen the information exchange between different military and civil agencies in order to establish a clear process that will allow us to tackle criminal activity while keeping it reduced and controlled. And in conjunction with the BMP5, which stands for Best Maritime Practices, basically it explains the procedures to follow in order to prevent a pirate attack. So in conjunction with these BMP5 procedures, can continue to guarantee maritime safety in the area of operations. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Okay.
Now I will call the representative of Crimario to highlight how Ioris can support and the coordination effort.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Björn Berns. I'm one of the instructors of Ioris. I'm going to talk you quickly through a video in which we'll demonstrate what the possibilities of Ioris would be to help tackle the issues that Lieutenant Martorell has just talked about. So we don't have time to go into much detail. If you want more details about the functionalities of Ioris, I invite you all to contact my colleagues or myself when we have time to discuss this a little bit further, but now we'll just do a little demonstration. Play the video, please. So what we can do, first of all, is we can create community areas. Community areas are areas where we put groups of users together. So we can put all these countries, all the countries around the Indian Ocean together in groups where you can start discussing different issues that are very important for you with each other and exchange information. So you can switch easily between these areas by just clicking on these buttons. We also have AIS that is very important for us so that we can follow ships, we can share information about ships that we see in the area. You can click on the layer for AIS and you'll see that every ship that shines AIS, of course, will be visible. You can click on any kind of ship that you want. Every ship has a different symbol, color code, indicating the type of ship that you will see before you. So if you get familiar with the system, you will know by the blink of an eye what ship you have in front of you. Now, by clicking on the detail of a ship, you will see a little bit more information about what that ship is, what its call sign is, also the name, obviously. You will see the vessel type, you have the course and speed, and you have the time of fix, the time that the latest position was taken. This information is available for everybody, right, who has in your area, who has AIS layers activated, so it's not something that's only visible for you. Now you can set as a target, you can set as an interceptor, or you can view the trace of a ship. You can also edit information, because we know AIS is man-fed, so that means that it's prone to either errors or maybe sometimes intentional mistakes. You can set the hostility of your ship into friendly, suspect, or neutral. And you can also flag a vessel. So if you flag that vessel, that means that everybody in your area will see that this vessel is of particular interest for you, and everybody will be alerted that this ship might have something interesting that's going on. And anything you change in the system will be marked in red. So everybody can see that everything that's marked in red has been adapted by an operator of Ioris. And also the crosshairs showing that this is the ship that you are looking at the moment. There's a possibility to view the track of the ship as well. So we get from our provider, we get 90 days. Per default, it gets 30 days, but you can change this. You can change the latency and trampling as well, the distance between the points if you want to. And once you save it, you will then get the track of the ship where it has been in the selected period of time. So it will appear right after this. And you can see every position is the ones that are marked in transparent. So now you have your information as well. And if you click on one of these points, you will see what time that ship was in that exact position. You can download the positions into CSV as well. So you can export it and share it again if you want to. You can delete the trace then. It means that nobody will see it anymore. Now another point we can do is messages. This is a very important point of Ioris. So messages is where you convey information to each other. You can send a number of different types of messages, right? One is the normal message, a simple message, simple basic information, nothing special. It's not that important, but it's important enough to share. So you just click on it. You need to see you have alert or marker here. Now everything you do in Ioris has to do with permissions. So you can have different levels of operators that have different functionalities. Not everybody will, for example, be able to send out an alert if you choose not to. You see the information where the message comes from, what time it has been sent and by whom. Okay, so that's a basic message. The next one you will see is an alert. It will give you a little bit more information and it will give you a little bit more heads up as well. So you will see that not only a message will appear on the right-hand side in the bright red color, but you also have another banner indicating that there's an alert. So you can't miss an alert. It's there. It's very important. The last type you have, so you have to actively click it away before this banner will disappear. So it will not disappear by time. You click on it before it disappears. So you have to acknowledge by doing some kind of manipulation in the system. The last one we have is an alert with, a message with a marker attached to it. Now you can have a normal message with a marker attached to, or you can have an alert with a marker attached to. It doesn't matter. It just means that in this message you will have a position on the map that will appear as well. So not only will you have your message, you will have your position and everybody will see what's going on and where it's happening. You have the choice either of putting the icon, the symbol on the map wherever you want, or you can put in, of course, if you have exact coordinates, you can put in the coordinates. You need to fill in a little bit of information. I'm not going into too much detail, but every marker has a category depending on the type of incident. This one will take search and rescue, for example. And then you have again the hostility. 3 choices, like always. You can set speed and heading if you want to. You give it a name. And after that, time of fix, of course, obviously as well. And after that, when you have filled everything in, you will have the position on the map and the message on the right-hand side. Now, these are the functionalities that can help greatly improving communication in the area, sharing of information. Now, there's a number of other features as well, which my colleagues will talk about, but this is what I can present you right now. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker for the session is Commodore Buddhika Lienagamage. He is the Director Naval Operation of Sri Lanka Navy. He is going to talk about terrorism at sea and from the sea. May I have pleasure in inviting you to the podium?
The respected moderator, excellencies, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Commodore Buddhika Lienagamage, the Director Naval Operations of the Sri Lanka Navy, and for me it's a great honor to deliver a presentation today in this beautiful country. We all know that ocean feed us, regulate our climate, and serve as the foundation for world's economy. So maritime security is very, very important for all of us because more than 90% of world's goods are transported by sea, and the shipping industry worth around US dollars 437 billion, and there are more than 14 million job opportunities and 52,000 merchant ships trade internationally. So a show is where the criminal activity originates and from they extend their networks. And maritime security begins behind the beach. So securing maritime domains require enormous amount of resources and technology. And maritime space leaves room for transnational organized crime groups to operate freely. There is no universally accepted definition for maritime terrorism, and it has so far not been a major problem, but you just cannot ignore the widespread fears of maritime terrorism. And they have political, ideological, and religious background. And a violent incident at sea can only be deemed to be an act of terrorism if its ideological, political motives are clear. So let me brief you some of the maritime security threats which all of you know by now. So piracy, armed robbery, terrorism, and you can engage in illicit trafficking of arms, trafficking of narcotic drugs, smuggling and trafficking of persons by sea, IUU fishing, intentional and unlawful damage to maritime or marine environment, rise of seawater level and pollution, and natural law man-made disasters. So all these security threats are highly complicated and interwoven. They connect each other. And no nation, in fact the most powerful navy, is not capable of addressing these challenges alone. That is why cooperation is very, very important, because the vastness of the ocean is a major challenge for all of us. And there are a number of lightly governed sea areas, which we call the sea blindness. But maritime terrorism is very, very difficult. Only strong terrorist group will consider the option because the initial investment is very high and high risk involved, and then you require infrastructure requirements such as harbors, maintenance facilities, and access to water body. So some of the landlocked countries, they are safe from maritime terrorism, and you require experience and expertise in underwater and surface demolition techniques, ship handling, and boat repair facilities. Out of the all global terrorist attacks, only 2% of attacks taken place at sea, and no one has necessary capability to extend maritime domain further because these organizations have limited resources. But the danger is they have the links with Al-Qaeda, IS, and other powerful terrorist organizations. That is why we need to protect the choke points, because close of one of these choke points would have serious effects to the entire world. Floating mines and explosives device delivery vehicles poses threat to the maritime ships. And attacks lead to maritime disasters as well. Cruise liners are soft targets, especially from the floating mines. And destruction of a LNG tank, especially inside a harbor, would be a catastrophe. And destruction of ships disrupt world trade and damage the economy. And weapons and explosives could be covertly transported in containers if you are not following the ISPS compliance. And ladies and gentlemen, maritime infrastructure and offshore oil rigs are very vulnerable targets. And countries like Seychelles, Mauritius, Maldives, and Sri Lanka are very vulnerable of terrorist attacks, and it will disrupt the blue economy. We all know that more than 90% or 95% of our submarine internet connections are to the submarine cables. So if there is a disruption to this cable, we will not have the internet facility, because the other option is the satellite communication. For countries like Sri Lanka, it's very, very difficult because they are very, very costly. So these are our experiences. We face the suicide boats and high-speed attack craft during our time with the terrorists. And on the right side, you can see a fast attack craft which was so close to a floating human torpedo, which is operated by a diver, suicide diver. And Sri Lanka Navy is the only navy to defeat maritime terrorism, and LTT is the only terror group with designated naval wing. However, PLO also established a naval branch, and they mainly use it to transport logistics. And Hezbollah also developed maritime capabilities and later developed into combat missions using mothership concept. And Al-Qaeda also believed to develop a small fleet in the form of ghost ships, and they hijacked ships and reflagged and re-registered them. So when you talk about terrorism, maritime terrorism, the maritime terrorism often converge with piracy, but there are significant differences between the two. Mainly the motives, the pirate motives is profit-oriented, and the terrorists aim at destabilizing economy of a country. So whatever they earn from the transnational organized crimes, because they are very, very lucrative, they invest in maritime terrorism. And for us, we should always have, these are the future trends we expect: targeting ports, finance, critical infrastructure, attacking narrow ways like choke points, and leasing of ships to smuggle weapons. And also you can use a ship as a floating bomb, and if you are capable enough, you can launch a WMD operation, but the threat is to acquire WMDs, because it's not easy for terrorists to acquire, and you can cause environmental damage to the agriculture, energy, waterways, healthcare, transport system through an oil spill. So we have certain strategies against maritime terrorism. One is the diplomacy. It's very, very easy. You can negotiate with them, or then you can enhance your MDA capabilities and share intelligence and share information through the information. And then you have to enhance the maritime law, and then have coast guards, law enforcement agencies to protect or counter against maritime terrorism. And then military forces to be trained well. And if you are economically sound country, you cannot, of course, invest in buying or getting these latest technology. And then the global port security measures are very, very important, especially the container security initiatives and the ISPS code, and the role of the IMO is very important. So ladies and gentlemen, during the past 5 years, we have experienced 3 maritime disasters in Sri Lanka. First one is MSC Janiela, which was carrying hazardous cargo and took fire 120 nautical miles off Colombo. And then MRCC Colombo is also under Sri Lanka Navy, and we coordinate well with the regional parties, and we were able to douse the fire within 10 days. And the second incident was MT New Diamond, which caught fire in the engine room, which was carrying more than 278,000 crude oil. And here also, the MRCC coordinate with the regional agencies, and we were managed to prevent a disaster. But in the third incident, that is Express Pearl, we failed in fact, which was carrying hazardous cargo and took fire and anchored off Colombo. And local and regional parties joined to distinguish the fire, but we could not prevent the fire. So at the end, ship sunk amidst huge firefighting effort and then causing great harm to the marine ecosystem in Sri Lanka. So ladies and gentlemen, we may be having the most powerful navy, all the sensors and the equipment, but more than everything, the maritime cooperation is very, very important. That is why Ioris is very, very important for all of us. With that, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. May I now have the privilege of inviting the expert from the Primario to highlight what Ioris tool can underpin the efforts.
Thank you so much. Let me first thank all the members in this room who contributed in dressing me after I lost my luggage. So thank you so much for everyone. So in my small demonstration, I will link a scenario on Ioris with maritime terrorism also in Sri Lanka. So, thank you. So all the examples are, of course, fake. The accounts are fake, just to simulate playing the roles of the Sri Lankan Navy and other agencies. Okay? So please. So first of all, we'll be working on the Sri Lanka MDA. It's a national area for all Sri Lankan partners. I will be playing the role of the Secretariat, and on the other one, I'll be playing the role of the Sri Lankan Navy. So the Merchant Shipping Secretariat received intel information about a ship may be involved in maritime terrorism, and they will share this information with their private chat function with the Sri Lankan Navy. So they go to check, they check the user from the Sri Lankan Navy, and they text them a message telling them that relying on trustful intel information, there may be possible maritime terrorism on board one of the vessels approaching the capital of Sri Lanka. Now, relying on these information in the chats, which is merchant vessel Nilwala, we chose this name because this vessel was actually being there, but of course it was not involved in any maritime terrorism activity. So this chat will be sent to the Sri Lankan Navy. I'll go to another account, I'll go to chat, I received it. Now I open the chat and I have this message. So, Intel info, possible maritime terrorism activities on Nilwala, interrogate and report. Now the Sri Lankan Navy will be able to translate this message if they want to, of course. We will demonstrate translating to Arabic, for example, first. So, possible maritime terrorism, أنشطة إرهابية بحرية محتملة. So this is the first translation to Arabic. And we can change the translation to more than 100 languages. Now we can go switch to French and activité terroriste maritime. So This is the translation. It is very quick, very swift. We can change languages and just click on Enable Translation. And now I will demonstrate how the Sri Lankan Navy will go to the AIS, as my colleague Björn explained, and they can just write the name of the vessel, and they can locate it. When they search the whole map, and then they locate the vessel, here it is, they click on the icon. So this vessel is right in front of Colombo. And then they can add one of their vessels. I will call it Warship Sri Lanka, just for demonstration. It's a friend, Warship Sri Lanka. We give it a speed and a heading and time of fix. And then I will demonstrate how we can use the range indicators to see where our vessel could be in 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours, according to the speed and heading that she's having. So right now, in 3 hours, our vessel, which is Warship Sri Lanka, could be anywhere inside this circle if it continues with the speed of 24 knots, and this is the heading that she's having right now of 035. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I request Mr. Mario Alcade, he is our third presenter, to come to the podium and deliver his presentation on fisheries-related and associated crimes. He is the Criminal Intelligence Officer, Environmental Security, Interpol. Please.
So, is it in presentation mode? I don't think it's in presentation mode. Yeah, that was it's not a PDF, it's a PPT. It should be somewhere there. The name is the same. So, in any case, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to Crimario here in the person of Martin and Ambassador Paul Puig for the invitation and for, above all, to set up this conference and to start actually with this tool, which in our opinion can be an added value, this sort of tools in order to share information in this important domain. My predecessor speakers already touched upon several points, highlighting exactly the importance of the share of information. And let me add you, regarding the share of information, I always add two adjectives. They need to be in a timely manner, and they need to be complete, to be effective. Because what happens is that sometimes the information is shared, but either arrives too late or it will be incomplete. So having tools where we can share in a timely manner the information, it's of paramount importance, as you can imagine. Is it okay? Okay, so you are already... No. Yeah, thank you. So this is fourth. All right. And that said, we were invited to present here concrete cases of the importance regarding to the share of information. And so what we would like to do here is to share with you two concrete case studies where the communication and the share of information was of paramount importance because, as already mentioned here by the previous speakers, the share of this information is of paramount importance to arrive in due time due to the natural, the nature of these cases that are normally transnational and highly complex because it's sustained by organized crime, as mentioned by the ambassador. So what I invite you here to have a look, first of all, and before we got to the concrete case, you might wonder yourself, what is Interpol doing linked with IUU phishing, which is most of the countries, it's not even a crime. So why is a police organization dedicated its time, resources, financial resources, human resources to this? The answer is fairly simple, and I like the idea of the iceberg, where IUU phishing is just the visible part of a bigger problem. And like an iceberg, actually the most concerning part is actually the one that you can't see. And in that sense, we can split it into crimes areas. So in order to have IUU phishing, you need what we call the enabling crimes. So those are the crimes that without which IUU phishing is not possible. There's a fairly long, but you might think of other crimes. But document fraud is certainly right on the top of that list. The abuse of registry, the identity fraud, personation fraud, country of origin. These are all cases where we all already came across during cases that we have supported. And obviously, if you have gains, profits from an illegal activity, you need to launder your money in order to incorporate it in the society. And then, obviously, you have associated crimes. These are crimes no less important, because these are crimes that actually benefit or exploit the low profile of the fishing activity in general, and in particular of fishing vessels. Quite often, the law enforcement authorities in the maritime domain, they look at fishing vessels, it's just another fishing vessel. And they tend to neglect or pay less attention. And obviously, these associated crimes these are just part of it. Armed robbery at sea, human trafficking, and all these, as Lieutenant Antonio already mentioned, they all occur here with a fairly amount of cases. And obviously fugitives. And fugitives points us out to another perspective that also it's very much neglected, which is the human factor on board or in the maritime domain. In particular on board vessels. The crew, the physical persons that are on board, the association with modern slavery, but also fugitives. You would be surprised that, and just this year we found 2 individuals on board of fishing vessels that were wanted for arrest for crimes that are not related with fisheries. 2 of them were actually hideous crimes because they were crimes against children. And the way these persons found their way to live in a more live their lives without being harassed, it was they just joined a fishing boat because nobody pays attention to the fishing boat. And so the human factor is another thing that we would like having this audience, on the presence of this audience, that you are, on your daily activities, you are dealing with this. Please highlight this to your teams back home. And obviously there's another crime that probably you already identified that is missing there, which is the corruption. Corruption works here as across crime areas, and actually works as it's present in all of those, and actually works in a given point, it works actually like a glue, like a cement of all these crimes. Without the corruption, some of these crimes didn't even have the opportunity to happen. Now, from our perspective, we have 5 steps in terms of investigation that represent challenges that we have fulfilled in order to achieve our goals. The first one, obviously, is the detection. And here, with the presentation regarding the platform itself, you have already part of it which can help you in the detection of those targets. And then, obviously, the tracking and recording of the information associated with those targets, and analysis and integration of this information. Sometimes they come from heterogenic sources, and they need to be analyzed and incorporated into a report in order to be usable at a later stage. And obviously there has to be a mean of communication or share of this information to end up with the inevitable, or hopefully it's inevitable, enforcement of that action. Now, this is our backdrop. Okay, now I will go straight to our cases. I selected these two cases. These two cases, they are closed, they are cold cases already. These are the initial names, actually, of the vessels, Cape Flower and Andre del Golf, when I started, because I keep calling them like this because that were their names when we start looking after them 5 years ago or 6 years ago in the case of the Cape Flower. You might know them as Cobija and STS-50. This is just an illustration to show that, because we are talking about this regional, and this is a regional discussion, most of the activity, I'm sorry, this is jumped. Both vessels activity or the investigation that follow up occurred here in the region. That's why I decided, sorry, but this is where I decided to bring these two cases because actually I think it illustrates, as you will see, hopefully, the number of countries that had to be coordinated and agencies that need to be coordinated. A special word here for the Border Force of Australia. I just met here. It's nice to have faces to names from the Border Force in Australia that were actually collecting this information in order that we can do the follow-up and successfully detain the vessel in Mukalla. Obviously, the fraudulent documentation is one of the aspects that we mentioned in the iceberg. And here, in these two cases, these are just 3 examples, but there were other documents that were fraudulent. The registry, so the identity fraud, the surveys, and the licensing. But also the identity fraud in electronic. So this vessel, this was regarding the STS-50. It was reporting an MMSY like that, it was 9 digits 1. The interesting thing at that time is that there were, in the globe, 85 vessels reporting exactly the same MMSY. So this is, our target was that one, was that track, and we were afraid that when we get into the choke point of the Strait of Malacca, we would lose it because obviously these transponders of AIS are actually class B, and the satellite system privileged the reception of information from class A. So what we were doing dead reckoning calculations and reporting this information that was integrated into reports and forwarding them to the concerning countries where the vessel was, whether it was Mozambique, whether it was Tanzania, whether it was the countries that were needed eventually to intercept the vessel. Initially we were reporting twice a day, then every 6 hours, so roughly 4 times, and then the last 6 to 8 hours I was reporting this every hour, making the calculations, which now I learn actually the tool can do it by itself, but I was doing on the old-fashioned way, just writing down. You all know the white uniforms here, how does it go? I had to do it hand on hand, put it on a Google Earth imagery, and put it, transport it into a report, and then send it across to the concerned parties. Here, I was reporting this. This lady is actually a colleague from the IUU task force in Indonesia. She was on board of the patrol vessel, and she was actually it was nice to see this last bit regarding the Ioris, the translation, because that was one of the challenges that the colleagues, the commander of the patrol boat, they didn't speak English in Indonesia. So there was a challenge there to overcome. So that's why she was there. So she's on the satellite phone. I was on the satellite phone on the other side, and she was taking note of the speed, course over ground and speed over ground, and the latitude and longitude where they are going to meet, because by chance, the Destiny wanted to, that happened, the boat, the radar and the ECVs were also not operating. So these were all, you know, it was Murphy's Law just on its best. this is what I was telling you regarding these cases. As you can see, the amount, it's roughly, I think it's 19 countries or 17 countries, something like this, involved, plus all these other entities on the bottom, including the IFC Madagascar, which I know it's represented here. I already spoke with one of the colleagues. And the pins in red was just because these are the countries that are in this region. But as you can see, it's all across the globe, and the cooperation, it's very difficult when you needed to do it in real-time scenario on real cases, because it needs to come in a timely manner, otherwise it's pointless to have the cooperation. I couldn't talk about these cases without referring to Ibu Susi. The challenge requires commitment and leadership, and certainly Ibu Susi, the Minister of Fisheries from Indonesia, for those that do not know her, she's very committed, and she was part of the successes that we have achieved in that part of the world. Our role in these cases was distribution of Interpol Papanossi. I'm not going to get into these details, what it represents, but I'm available to explain why and how it works. The vessel tracking of the cases, updating imagery for detection, and particularly the information, for instance, the imagery that was collected by Australia Border Force was particularly relevant to organize the vessel boarding and search and seizure at a later stage. Incorporation and analysis of this information to inform other entities. And the share, in our case, at that time, we were sharing via the I-24/7. It's a secured system. It's never been hacked. It's there since we are commemorating the 100 years next 2023. It never been hacked, and it's recognized by all your member countries. All your countries here represented, you are all members of Interpol, and you have one of these systems to communicate with us in the secure manner. The information, the assistance was provided 24/7, and then we, after the detention and the vessel taken to port, we deployed the team. In this case, it was actually a mixed team. We took people Coast Guard Investigative Services for data extraction, AFMA, the Australia AFMA services for the inspection of the cargo itself, and even from CAMLAR Secretariat, there was staff with us as our own deployment team. I'll go back again to finish to the challenge, as I mentioned initially. So the detection, the tracking, recording, the analysis, integration, the communication share, and the enforcement. Now, the question here would be, and I think that's what we are trying to address here, it's whether Ioris, is this the tool that you need for it? I have a personal opinion. We at Interpol also have an opinion on this. I think we need such a tool, or a type of tool that could enable, and with all these features that already have been explained, we think it's a great tool. Particularly, it has saved me a lot of time, as you have noticed, by using it. So what I hope that result from this meeting here, from the 2 days, that we were able to reply to that question. I would like just to leave you this question, this last picture to end up here my presentation. And I like the picture because it represents the bad guys coming together to overcome a law enforcement action. So those guys were trying to board one of the vessels. What they did, in the flip of a finger, they pulled together, they don't know each other, they came together, and they simply avoid to be intercepted. So if the bad guys can do it, why can't we, the good guys, enforce the same thing? And with this, I'll end up here my presentation. I hope that I've gained the privilege of your time, and thank you very much. Sorry, I overshot.
So now the Crimario expert will demonstrate how the tool could be utilized for similar situations in the future.
Okay, well, as a trained navigator, I feel your pain about the dead reckoning. I'm sorry. But why make it difficult on yourself when you can make it easy? Ioris has a tool like this integrated. Yes, please. So we can create a intercept. You have 2 points in your area, 2 markers, 2 positions that you have. One is the marker of your own ship. The other will be the marker of your target vessel. So you look at your own ship first and you set this one as an interceptor. Right, so you just click on the button, set as intercept, and you'll see on the right-hand side, your details will be filled in already with your latitude and longitude and with your speed. Now you need to find your vessel that you want to intercept, this one here. You click on it. This is the marker that you have created yourself. You click on set as target, right? And you'll see the left-hand side will be filled in as well, with the course and speed that you have at your disposal at that time. And then you just click on find intercept, and the system will make the calculations that our esteemed colleague has done here for a number of times in a few seconds. Now these calculations are for you only, so you only see this on your screen. You see the vectors and you see the point of intercept and also the calculation of the speed of the heading that your ship needs to be doing. If you want this to be communicated to your partners who are in the area, you just click on send chase alert, and then, like we sent out an alert in the previous demonstration, you will have again the 2 notifications that a ship of specific interest has been asked to be intercepted by one asset of one of your partners. So very easy. And you can do this as many times as you want, and you don't have to use pen and paper and sea charts and rulers. It's easily done. So this is how you do an intercept. Now, I showed you this with markers that we have created ourselves, but you can do this with AIS signals as well. Same procedure, you just click on the AIS signal you have, and you set the target or the interceptor based on whatever you have. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final speaker of this session is Mr. Ioris Aden. He is the Somalia Maritime Authority, Madagascar Port Security, and he's going to talk about Madagascar port security challenges and recommendations.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished protocols observed. On behalf of the federal government of Somalia, I would like to greet you. The Islamic greeting is Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace of Allah be upon you, all of you. After that, I will convey my sincere message on behalf of the federal government of Somalia, especially His Excellency the President of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, conveying to the government of the Seychelles the way that they welcome all of us here, and he was very much appreciated. On behalf of him, I'm just would like to thank all of you, and especially the government of Seychelles. Besides that, our government is proud of EU Caramario and its activities through the Ioris platform. And after that, my name is Ioris Aden. I'm from Mogadishu. I work for the Somali Maritime Administration as a coordinator. Somali Maritime Administration is under the Minister of Ports and Marine Transport of the Federal Government of Somalia. I was given an opportunity to be in front of you here in this beautiful country to present on behalf of Somalia on a topic given to me. It's just a Mogadishu port security challenges and its recommendations. By the way, I will cover within 10 minutes my presentation, which I was told for the time consumption. But let me see what we can just do in terms of the port security related issues. Yeah, yes, I can go through mine.
It's from that side.
Maybe
This is
that's
the
right.
slide. You have to press this one,
Yeah,
not this one.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's not working. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know. Yeah. Ah. The system is there.
Okay.
Just the arrows up and down.
Wait a minute. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Now just press, point that way and press. Point that way and press. No.
No. You can continue there. I can just present. I have already there.
Yeah. Just say next
Yeah,
slide.
yeah, next. Yeah, yeah, this next slide, please. Yeah, good. Thank you very much. This is the first picture that I would like to show you. This picture has been taken recently from the Mogadishu port. So, let's go. Yeah. Let me go through the outline of my presentation. I will cover 4 items, including introduction and port structure and port security in general, and I will mention some of the challenges in the port, and I will also talk about the recommendations followed. Then I will conclude my speech from there. Next slide, please. Yeah, those of you who might not understand or might not be familiar with the Mogadishu port, I would like to introduce you Mogadishu port. Mogadishu port is situated in Hamarjijab district of Mogadishu, Somalia. And 2014, the federal government of Somalia has an agreement with a company named Metal Bayrak. A company belongs to the Turkish. Under the terms of the government, which is 55% of the previous agreement, converted into 62.8%, the revenue generated from the port will go directly to the federal government of Somalia, and the remaining 37.2% is in the market for the Turkish firm. During its first month of operation under Al Bayrak, the port generated $2.7 million in service revenue. Next slide, please. Yeah, Mogadishu port security in general, we have structure. When it comes into the security, we have SPF, Somali Police Force. Somali Police Force we have in the port, police station and police officers working in the port level. And we also have a maritime police unit in the port. They are observing the situation outside of the port. They are based in the port. So we also have alongside with them NISA. NISA is the National Intelligence Security Agency working alongside with the Somalia police forces. Apart from that, we have also African Union troops working in the port inside to make sure the security in the port is 100% confirmed or clear, which I don't mean that the Mogadishu port security is fully clear, because I want to show you. Next slide, please. Mogadishu port security in general, as you can see, the first one, a wall was built by the Turkish recently. It's the front side. We have 5 cameras installed at that wall in front of the port. So when you come back the next slide, the back side of the port, Mogadishu port, where there's no security fence installed. So here, something can happen. The terrorist attack can use this space from the seaside. So there is no soldiers here who will take care of this way. So the suicide bomber can use small boats and can attack there. It can be, but nothing had happened before. So here what I would like to mention also is we have 2 main interests. The front, the down one, that picture shows the first one, the entrance for the tracks, the second one for the vehicles. So here you have a big space. The explosion car can come outside and can directly or easily go there and can do something. So this is a sensitive area that in terms of the security in general at the port. Next slide, please. So if I mention some of the challenges in the port that Mogadishu Port Administration has not put in place in the flow requirements, especially port facility security assessment has not yet been set up, and the port facility security plan needed to be also, and port facility security officers yet not been there. So there is a need of the trainings and exercises within the port security officers and the port security related issues. Next slide, please. We have just met recently problems in terms of the security threat and awareness and responses. When it comes into the port security awareness, we need to build and maintain a comprehensive port security picture through a variety of information sharing networks. We also need to think this kind of a threat requires that the identification of the potential threat that could be active within the area of interest. On the other hand, in terms of the post-security response, we may need to cover the mapping and real-time tracking of availability to respond resources to ensure that they can rapidly be deployed to counter threats. Next slide, please. Our recommendations as the federal government of Somalia, we may think this and the rest we were expecting from EU Caramario to advise or to just to tell us what to add in case needed more, to provide cooperation and integration in the effective application of the port security measures across the federal government through the decision-making and threat assessment, to doctorate and operational mapping, planning and conduct or monitor of a current and future security operations. Also make sure that there's a capability to develop and conduct the training and exercises. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my presentation.
Now I kindly request the Caramario expert to give the
Thank you,
expert
sir.
opinion.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I will have 3 minutes to 2 minutes and 55 seconds in the movie. So, but the key message is the effective sharing of available information, like the Somali just said, the timely action and proper reaction based on our Ioris, and of course the interagency coordination. For the movie, I will play NISA, the Port Authority, and of course the Maritime Force Police. The key message is we started with an event. You can start the movie. So my predecessors already referred the alerts. So it's a suspicious event, potential drug trafficking getting in the port of Mogadishu. So it was acknowledged, but the key issue is sharing of information, a document, a blue notice that can be shared through the platform in open, it says that no password. When there is a need to have a password on it because it is relevant and needs to be cautious of that, the system also available to have a password, meaning that people engaging in the exchange of information can have another layer of security on it. So this is what you are seeing in the screen. So meaning that NISA is passing the information to the Port Authority, and the Port Authority will pass it to the Maritime Police Unit within the port. Putting the password, you will see here, there's a difference between the locker and not locker, means that one of them has a password, so it's visible for everybody. So now, the important thing is to build a form. Imagine we know the ship, so the Port Authority will get information from the ship and will build a form based on information they already have to send it over to the next entity. But you can do it this, filling the form, but also within your own organization, approve it within. Because if you are working in your organization, maybe there is some information that you are lacking and you need to get better information. So here, what you have is all the information you have the time of fix, you have the position, you have it, and you have a comment. For now, it's just a suspect, meaning that this one will go through, but within the organization, okay? Then will be somebody else in the organization that will receive it for approval, get the approval, and share it or not. You will see in the comment that the person within the organization approved, and he mentioned share it, okay? So this is key fixtures. So he's reviewing now the document. Now he's checking all the information and putting the comment, okay? Of course, with all the fixtures that you are seeing you will see now, and you will see during the day, you see the relevance of this for port security. Because you can have this application and maybe you are not only looking into the sea, but to the sea and from the sea, okay? Thank you very much for your time.
We are running short of time, in fact, behind the schedule, but I would like to open the floor for Q&A now. We cannot skip that as well. So if you have any question, please raise your question. If you want to nominate any speaker, you can do so. If you want to make any comment, please make sure that your comment is with the clarity and the brevity. Now it is open for you. So okay, is there a mic to be given? Okay, so please speak louder. Good.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Admiral, with your permission, I think I will forward the question to SIP advisor, which could provide a better response about the subject. So please, Diego, if you could support me on this.
question to Antonio. You have mentioned about the situation in Yemen.
Excuse me, sir, if I may, each chair has a microphone. If you can speak at the microphone, it's also useful for the interpreters to hear your question and hear.
Is it okay now? Yes. My question to Antonio. You have mentioned about the situation in Yemen, that tankers operating under control of the legitimate government threatened by Houthis drone strikes. Yes, my question, how they get the Houthis militias, how they get the information about the tankers when they approach the oil terminals and they contact them directly. I don't know if you can answer this question.
Thank you, sir, for your question. I'm sorry I cannot provide where they get the information from. I don't know if maybe my supporter, Diego Canovas, could you give an answer on this? Houthis.
Yes. Thank you for your answer, but my concern, how the Houthis militias get the information about the tankers when they approach our terminal, and the oil terminals is under legitimate government, you know. I don't know how they get the information to contact directly the tanker before they launch their missile or drones.
sorry, just to pitch in on this regarding Excellency, regarding your question on where do they get the information. Unfortunately, like we do also, the bad guys also look for open source of information. And nowadays, you have all the information available online about including whether the vessel is loaded or not, because on the AIS information, the dynamic information that you'll see, so the AIS reports 3 levels of information: permanent, dynamic, and the one that you can insert. And there, one of them, it's the draft of the vessel. So with the draft of the vessel, you can know whether the vessel is loaded or not. So that's a very easy way to exploit and to select your targets. But there's clear evidence that actually there is a network behind these attacks, providing them intelligence so that they can select which targets are where they could be more efficient and more successful. So in short, the information it's all out there. You just need to look into it, and certainly the bad guys are looking into it. Sorry, I just want to compliment this.
Time is not right now. We conclude this session. I would like to extend to appreciation to the phenomenal speakers by giving a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Admiral Puel, for moderating this session. Now I would, because we are really behind the schedule, we need maximum 5 minutes to reassess this and to put the tag names and invite the next speakers from the next sessions. So the next session is about maritime safety. It will be moderated by Commander Thomas Rosta, Head of Maritime Safety Center, La Réunion. Please, sir, come to the floor together with the participants in this session. First is the Major Hans Rodenging, also from this time from the Seychelles Coast Guard, Director of Operations. The next speaker will be Lova Adriana Fiarivello, sorry for mispronouncing your name, sir, from Madagascar, Chief of Vessel Traffic Management. Then Hussein Ibrahim, Mr. Hussein Ibrahim, legal officer from Maldives Environmental Protection Agency. Mr. Gerald Domingue, Compliance Manager, Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. And Mr. Jude Talma, Fisheries Expert in Ecofish. So, Thomas, the floor is yours, please. And just one moment. Somebody lost his glasses. If somebody recognizes them, please come to me. The glasses are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Well, I think it's officially time to say good afternoon. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Crimario team for giving me this opportunity to share 2 of my strongest convictions, the convictions that actually guide my action as Director of La Réunion MRCC. First conviction is that maritime safety risks, I mean the risks of major maritime casualties occurring in the region, are shaped by trends in shipping. And if we examine those trends, risk is at a historical high. And if we further examine the demographic, the economic dynamics, that risk and those risks are going to grow more acute. And the second conviction is that addressing those risks effectively requires a change in both scale and scope. What I mean by change in scale is that for me, the appropriate geographical scale at which to manage risks is that of critical maritime routes, because that risk is consistent along a given waterway. So that's why critical maritime routes in the ocean, I think, is just spot on. And what I mean by change in scope, and I think it's what's obvious from the discussions we've just had, is that we cannot address maritime safety risks distinctly from maritime security issues such as illegal trafficking or environmental issues such as decarbonation of shipping, because those are the same vessels we're dealing with. And for example, when we do search and rescue at Larion MRCC, we know that we are dealing with what Interpol was calling the tip of the iceberg. Next slide, please. So talking about critical maritime routes, as a vessel traffic monitoring center, when at Larion MRCC, when at the watch floor, we're monitoring vessels, what we're actually staring at is the international commodity trade. Mozambique Channel. Mozambique Channel is the life and blood of the second largest industrial center in the world, namely India and Pakistan. And now, if we stare at the vessels passing off Larion, what we're actually watching is the Good Hope to Malacca route, which is the life and blood of the #1 industrial center in the world, which is China. And it is the economic dynamics in those countries that actually drive the risks we need to address collectively. 2/3 of the vessels that operate on the Good Hope Malacca routes are bulk carriers, and half of the total cargo that passes off Larion is ore or derivatives of ore. You can see here from the figures, China absorbed in 2021 some 76% of the total imports of iron ore in the world. And if we accept the iron ore that's produced extracted in Australia, this is all going through the two routes that you have in the picture there. And next slide, please. And so the double figure in economic growth that have been registered in China and in India have translated at sea by double figure growth in maritime traffic. There are more vessels, there's more cargo, and even during the pandemic is a case in point. World GDP contracted by 4%, and marine traffic globally correspondingly so. Yet, off Larion, we registered a 15% increase in the number of vessels, because China was quick to respond to the economic depression by launching a massive so-called Keynesian counter-cyclical economic policy. And as early as, I think it was in July 2020, there were record level cargo loadings of iron ore at Ponta da Madeira in Brazil. And this is what's shaping risks, casualty risks of our coast. Next slide, please. What's more, if we actually look at the vessels we have here, in this part of the world, we have the so-called Cape-size vessels. We have the largest vessels in the world. So and those vessels are growing. Large vessels are more numerous, and the biggest ones are actually even growingly gigantic. The chart you have there at the bottom left is a comparison of vessel, the length overall of vessels in 2013, 2016, and 2019. As you can see, now the standard unit, say, is 300 meters in length, 200,000 deadweight tonnage, and so that's vessels with just bunker figures, is like in vicinity of 7,000 cubic meters to 10,000 cubic meters of fuel oil. Next, please. So what we did at our MRCC, we studied those trends and we carried out a risk assessment study to just know, to understand better what was coming, what we need to prepare for. And the four main, most likely accident scenarios we identified were fires, and that's what was presented by the Commodore of the Sri Lankan Navy already. Next, please. Second scenario, groundings, either due to human error or loss of maneuverability due to a technical deficiency with currents and winds pushing the vessel towards shore. Next, please. Stability issues, floodings, and most likely due to collision with floating and drifting derelict. And here again, tip of the iceberg. This is basically the same vessels, the same IUU fishing vessels, which happen to end their lives at sea, burning, and then they're drifting along the main shipping lanes. Next, please. Collisions. So, of course, vessels which are most exposed to collisions are the small fishing vessels, non-IIS reporting fishing vessels operating on the main shipping lanes. Next, please, sorry. So, I am delighted to be here because it is obvious that emergency prevention, preparedness, and response capacities have to be built at regional level. Next, please. What I mean by emergency prevention, I mean detecting dangerous situations before they actually develop into major casualties, such as, for example, vessels experiencing deficiencies. And that's why sharing information in the field of vessel traffic monitoring is important, and that's the presentation that will be given by my colleague Lova from MRCC Madagascar. Next, please. Emergency preparedness, maritime domain awareness, sharing information on maritime safety issues and at the same time maritime security issues will endow us with some sort of big picture of safety and security trends so we can better prepare. That's true at regional level, but it's also true at like the level of a single vessel, tip of the iceberg. The very same vessel that we're going to deal with because she's experiencing a deficiency and threatening to ground in La Réunion or in Mayotte, for example, might actually be the same vessel which has already been targeted by one of you for smuggling or for illegal oily water discharge. So that's why we need this common picture. And that's, I think, Ioris was designed to do and what we're here to operationalize today. Next, please. So that's why we'll have, even if this is the maritime safety part, we'll have presentations on IUU fishing as well. Another thing of paramount importance is sharing experience and best practices, because what's happening to our neighbors is what's bound to happen to us. That's why I was very much interested in the presentation of the Commodore of the Sri Lankan Navy, because an event such as the fire on board Express Pearl is a major concern for me as a director of MRCC. So that's why tomorrow we'll have this syndicate, SAR working group, so we can share experience, and Ioris could also help do that. Next, please. Emergency response, counter pollution. Counter-pollution, of course, is paramount after to deal with the consequences of major casualties, but it can also be useful to respond to illegal discharges of oily water at sea, and we have numerous instances in the region. So that's what will be presented by Mr. Ibrahim Legal. Next, please. Emergency response is also search and rescue, and this is a field where there's definitely a need for mutual support, for sharing information so that we can transfer SAR mission coordination between MRCCs in a seamless and efficient manner. This chart here is a chart of all SAR distress operations that we dealt with at Larina MRCC, which ended up with injuries, seafarers being injured or dead. And as you can see, it extends way beyond our search and rescue region, which is this area in the south. So that's why search and rescue is an important part of this session now. And we'll have this presentation by my colleague of Seychelles Coast Guard, Mr. Major Hans Radeginde. Next, please. So that's about it. I think I managed to talk for no longer than 10 minutes. As a conclusion, I'd like to say that Larina and MRCC will definitely and actively participate in any initiative, any project aiming at operationalizing the vision that I've just shared with you. Thanks for your attention, and I think we can now proceed with the presentations on specific issues. So to begin with, I'm happy to say that we'll start with SAR, Search and Rescue, a presentation entitled The Tyranny of Distance in the Indian Ocean. You have the floor. Thank you, Hans.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Past morning now. I will be giving you a presentation on behalf of the Seychelles Coast Guard, and the title is Search and Rescue, the Tyranny of Distance in the Indian Ocean. Basically, we will cover a little bit of the constraints that we currently face in Seychelles. The scope of my presentation, I will go a little bit in the geographical background of Seychelles, the mission of, next slide please, sorry. Yeah, the mission of the Seychelles Coast Guard, the task at hand, our areas of responsibility. Then I will discuss a little bit about search and rescue, the search and rescue structure here in Seychelles, our assets that we use for search and rescue, the constraints, and I will finish with the conclusion. Next slide. At the heart of some of the most crucial sea lines of communication, I'm sure you all know, in the Western Indian Ocean, Seychelles is surrounded by a vast ocean body and consists of 115 islands. We are highly dependent on maritime resources for our economic growth, especially in the fisheries and tourism department. There is extensive use of the maritime zones and therefore an increased chance of maritime incidents occurring. As a result, the provision for maritime safety and security remains a major challenge for a small country with such an extensive maritime boundary. Despite all these challenges, the Seychelles Coast Guard remains one of the main maritime enforcement entity, actors, responder in Seychelles for search and rescue. Next slide, please. The mission for Seychelles Coast Guard, as is flashed before you, is to safeguard the maritime interests of Seychelles and provide other maritime-related services. Next slide, please. Amongst the various tasks that the Seychelles Coast Guard has, okay, I've highlighted the one that is important for us today, which is maritime search and rescue. Next slide. As you can see, the EEZ, our area of responsibility, is approximately 1.3 million square kilometers. And just to note that our furthest island, which is Assumption, is around 640 nautical miles, just to give you a short idea. And recently, we have acquired a new maritime boundary, the Joint Management Area, with Mauritius. So this also will fall under our responsibility as well. It is not depicted on the chart. Next slide. And this is our search and rescue region, which is twice as big as our EEZ for such a small nation, which is approximately 2.8 square kilometers million. Sorry. Next slide. So the general definition of search and rescue is two-part. First of all, comprises for the search, and the second one is the provision of aid to persons, ships, or other craft which are feared to be in distress or imminent danger. Next slide. So the general structure, I'm sorry, should be a technical issue here, but anyway, I'll just go through it. We have the two components, which is the air traffic component, which is controlled by the SCA, the Seychelles air traffic control, which is at the airport. Yeah, there it is. Next one. And then we have the SMSA, which controls the maritime traffic. And underneath, we have the Seychelles Coast Guard, which also controls, next one, the Seychelles Air Force assets. Next slide. As our floating assets, we have patrol ships, patrol boats, fast response vessels, and jet skis. We also have two SAF aircrafts, two Dorniers, and recently we have acquired drones, small drones, which are capable of staying up in the air for around 1 hour to 30 minutes. The Seychelles Coast Guard also provides coordination through its Maritime Operations Center. Okay? And basically, the capabilities shall be enhanced further through the operationalization of NISCC, where we shall have the Joint and Rescue Coordination Center, where the Air and Maritime Operations Center shall join together and create one entity. Next slide. So the constraints, as you have seen before, the areas is quite vast and quite demanding also for such a small country with quite limited assets. Next one. So the deployment delays, as you all know, search and rescue is time sensitive, and for you to get an aircraft in the air or a vessel ready to deploy, it will take around 15 to a couple of hours. So therefore, it really is time sensitive. Next one. Limited resources. We have a handful of assets, only 2 Dorniers, which we can make the most out of it if we use them. And we have 3 patrol ship. They can cover basically the whole of EEZ, but how effective are they if we're going to do some extensive search? It might take us around 3 to 4 days maybe to locate a person or a ship. So it's quite a difficult task. Next one. I've talked about this. Next one, please. So limitations of our assets as well. If we have an incident occurring at around Assumption, which is the furthest of our islands. It will take us around 2, maybe 2.5 days to reach there. And when we are there, we already have the limitation of fuels, so we have to think about coming back instead of staying there and doing the search. Next one. As I was saying, remote locations. Next one. So the flow of coordination. For now, we have the two entities acting separately, so they're not coming together. But with the operationalization of the National Information Coordination Center, we will have both entities together. Maybe the coordination of search and rescue will be done in a correct manner. Next one. So relevant supporting documents. For now, we don't have legislation supporting Seychelles Coast Guard into participating in such endeavors. The next one. Establishment of a radio coast station. For now, I think the Regional Cooperation Center has a GMDSS installed there. But for us, which is the entity which is operating out at sea, we do not have GMDSS currently installed. Next slide. So I will conclude here. The provision of search and rescue in Seychelles AOR remains very much a priority. But at the same time, we need to recognize and address the challenges the earliest possible. There should be a feeling of shared responsibility between the organizations involved in search and rescue in Seychelles. While Seychelles rely heavily on Seychelles Coast Guard and Air Force for actions at sea, during operations and interventions, I highly believe it should be viewed as an inclusive interest, given the common goals in providing safety and security for all in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. I'd like now to introduce Mr. Guillaume Paroissien of the Crimario team, who's going to tell you more about how Ioris can help address those search and rescue issues that just been presented by Hans.
Good morning, everyone. So I am a Crimario instructor and also senior watch officer in La Réunion MRCC, which means lucky me, I have two directors in the same room. So I will present you how we can use markers and specifically search pattern in Ioris. So as you can see, like all those kind of SIG, you can draw the several kinds of, several shape of markers. Those markers are important because we always make search and rescue area, and we need different kind of shape for search and rescue area, depending to the drift, depending to the wind, depending to the target. So we always need different kind of shapes. Shapes here. So as you can see, different kind of shapes. We need to send search pattern. We need to make search pattern, and a search pattern is very important for all the assets because they will following a route. As a coordinator, a search rescue operation, you need to send a very precise search pattern to your assets, and you need your assets see the other search pattern, the search pattern for the other assets. So that means you could send several search patterns to all your assets, and I will show you how we import search patterns. So you have to prepare your search pattern with another software, a third-party software, and then you import it. So your branch, you get your search pattern in your computer. Then so, for example, search and rescue. Import file. Just to, for example, I made two different for two type of assets. You can use for airplanes, helicopter, or vessels. And they will be visible by all the person in your area, and this is very useful because you won't lose time. During an operation, you don't have time to lose. You need everybody know how to, where they have to search and what they have to search. So as you can see, there is 2 search patterns in this area. And of course, like all the marker, you can edit it, okay, or make an attachment like a picture of the targets or a picture of the weather in the area. So it's very useful. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Guillaume. Well, as director of an MRCC, what I find interesting with this Ioris functionality is interoperability. What's been demonstrated by Guillaume is that we can actually all design search patterns within our own national systems, export them like in KML format, for example, and export it for the rest of the community to see. So thank you, Guillaume, for this presentation. And now we'll address another very important issue, emergency prevention, with vessel traffic monitoring of paramount importance in the system. So I'll now give the floor to my colleague at Madagascar MRCC, Lova. Lova, you have the floor.
Okay, so Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So you are so serious in this room, so I will tell you something make you laugh. So my name is Luva. I have another colleague, his name is Luva too. So our name were confused. So I found myself here in his place. Okay, so don't worry, I will do my best for the presentation. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The purpose of today's presentation is about vessel traffic monitoring. So my talk will be in 3 parts. It will be brief but clear. So firstly, we'll be looking at the VTM overview. Then we'll consider the need for vessel traffic monitoring in the region. And finally, I will explain the vessel traffic monitoring situation in Madagascar. Next slide, please. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to start by saying a few words about the VTM. As we know, the global shipping fleet accounts for 19% of world traffic, and as a result, maritime traffic faces several threats. So monitoring vessels at sea is proving to be unavoidable. Next slide, please. Okay, to this end, several monitoring systems have been put in place, such as the VTS, and research in this area continues to improve, following the example of the VTMIS, an advanced integrated solution suitable for monitoring and surveillance purposes. Next slide, please. This slide is about the need for vessel traffic monitoring in the region. So, it's generally accepted that world trade depends on the major shipping routes of the Western Indian Ocean at the intersection of Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Western Indian Ocean has a growing strategic importance. Next slide, please. So that is the reason why acts of piracy are becoming more and more important. Not only piracy, but other illegal acts also. So to combat insecurities, regional solutions with strong international support are required. And vessel traffic monitoring and sharing information are compulsory. Next slide. So, maritime traffic monitoring is essential to the security of a country. This action contributes to enhance safety of life at sea, safety and efficiency of navigation, and protection of the marine environment, and so on. But also, vessel traffic monitoring is used for maritime domain awareness, as we can notice here in this slide, for situation awareness, prevention, and port efficiency. Next slide. So the last part of my presentation is focused on vessel traffic monitoring situation in Madagascar. It's important for you to know that the APMF, the Port, Maritime and Waterways Agency of Madagascar, is the authority responsible of the port, maritime and waterways areas of Madagascar. In this fact, APMF has a department assigned to track ships in the country's area of responsibility. To monitor, we currently have a platform, CVision and ExactEarth, monitoring of maritime traffic via IIS sensor, but we have also access to Ioris. So sometimes we use also Ioris. We have in Marsat Sea, with which it is scheduled to connect an interface of navigation systems like GPS. APMF has also the project to implement a radio communication system to strengthen the VTM. Next slide, please. Okay, these two pictures show the first, the location of the 14 coastal stations project, and this second picture show the 8 main ports of Madagascar where our regional directorate is implemented. Next slide, please. Among the 8 ports that I mentioned before, the port of Thomasin, which is the nation's main port, and where actually an extension is in progress, plans to establish a system for VTM. Then there is also the port of Ewala, mostly financed by the mining company Rio Tinto. The port currently has a VTS. So I think it's my last slide. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to the end of my presentation, so I hope this has been informative and useful for you, and I would like to thank you all for your attention.
thank you, Lova, for this presentation. I will have another presentation from Guillaume on just how Ioris can help sharing information on vessels identified by vessel traffic monitoring centers as with some kind of high-risk profile. Guillaume, you have the floor.
Okay, so the important point is how we can make an AIS track visible for all our colleagues, all our foreigners. For example, if I highlight a vessel, and if there is other countries in my area, they will see as soon as I will highlight it. And it's very important because like that, if the vessel is going to their EEZ, they will see when the vessel will come in their EEZ, they will see as soon that the vessel is flagged. And in the information, you will see why the vessel was flagged, and some more information, some more details in a form that we filled earlier, and they can find this form in the cloud space, in the document area. So as you can see, there is a red target, and it's very visible. You can edit, of course, you can edit the target and find some details in the command area, which I will fill just now. No. Yes, you can flag also. You can say also if it's a friend, suspect, or neutral. Another important aspect is global directory. In the global directory, you can find all the persons involved in CRIMARIO. So if you are in an area, your name will appear in the global directory. You can search by different type of filters, like organization, by first name, last name, by email address, by country. It's very quick. An important information, if you don't want to appear in this global directory, in your profile, you can choose if you want to appear in this directory or not. So, like I said, you can search by organization, or this is for VoIP, which is not available for the moment, not for everyone. So user details, and like I said, if you don't want to appear in the global directory, you have to take this one. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bon appétit.
ahead of us before dinner. So I invite the people from the panel to come to the floor, please. Hello, Leticia. Ah, she left. Okay. Hello, everybody. We are going to proceed with the second session, the second part of the day. We are going to do some small modifications to the program so that we fit in the initial framework to finish at 5:15. So you will be announced what kind of modification, but it will be mostly in the last part, last session. Okay, Thomas, you have the floor, please.
Well, thank you. So this morning we talked at length about major maritime casualties, and those unfortunately often end up in major counter-pollution operations. And that's the brief that's going to be given now by my colleague, Mr. Hussein Ibrahim of the Environmental Protection Agency of the Republic of the Maldives. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is okay after the lunch. I was really hoping I should give this presentation before lunch. So. Well, first of all, let me thank the EU Crime Area for giving me this opportunity to present how we address major maritime pollution incidents in Maldives. Mr. Martin has cautioned me that I have only got 10 minutes, so let me try to finish this presentation in 10 minutes' time. Yes, my name is Hussein Ibrahim. I work as a legal officer at the Environmental Protection Agency of Maldives. I'll highlight on addressing major maritime pollution incidents in Maldives. Next slide. Does this thing work? Sorry? Okay, let me continue. So, I hope everyone knows where the Maldives is. It's just below India, in the Indian Ocean. It's located in the... Oh, thank you. Located in the Lakshadweep Chagos Ridge. Just like Seychelles, Maldives is an archipelago of about 1190 coral islands grouped into 26 natural atolls. And for administrative purposes, there are 20 atolls. The population of Maldives is about 340,000, and about half of all our residential areas and infrastructure is located within the 100 meter of the coastline. So the islands are quite low-lying. The mean elevation of the islands is about 1 to 1.5 meters. So the threats from climate change induced factors very much a real threat to the Maldives. And not only that, the reef systems support wide variety of marine life. We have about 1,200 fish species and more than 700 species of corals. So our main economic activities are obviously tourism and fisheries. We do pole and line fishing. We don't use any sort of nets to catch fish. So the biological diversity of the Maldives contributes to about 71% employment, 89% of GDP, and our 98% of export are dependent on the biological diversity. So I think the speakers who spoke earlier mentioned how important is the maritime trade in the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean is a vital trading hub, connects Middle East, Southeast Asia, as well as Europe and the Americas. More than 70,000 cargo ships cross the Indian Ocean every year. So in the maritime context, there are major 5 channels that falls into the Maldivian territory. The top one is the 8-degree channel, and the middle there are 2 channels, Kashidu channel and Huadu channel, and farther south there are Equatorial channel and Maldives and Chagos channel. If you look at the 8-degree channel alone, the value of goods transported is estimated to be 18 trillion USD a year, including over 8 billion barrels of crude oil transported to Asia. So the threats are not only from obviously not only from the international cargo vessels, but also local vessels. Collisions and accidents happen quite often, but that does not mean the threats from local vessels are much bigger in terms of the threat level. And there are vessels that are not suitable for the purpose of transporting goods from one island to the other. And we come across some incidents of violation of marine protected areas that are declared for biodiversity conservation. Of course, most of the threats from international vessels are due to their navigational errors and negligent behavior. And the collisions and dangerous activities of ship-to-ship transfer of hazardous and toxic substances is a real threat as well. And dumping of waste, abandoned nets and fishing gear that are found in Maldives, obviously they are discarded from international vessels, not because we don't use nets and those type of equipments to catch fish. And the bilge water from merchant vessels, the oil tankers, we don't have any mechanism to monitor bilge water discharge, so the consequences of incidents of bilge water discharge within the territory of Maldives, the invasive species and the environmental threats that could cause to the Maldives is something that's a real threat. And undisclosed hazardous cargo being transported across the Maldives is a threat as well. So I'll go to some of the cases that we have dealt with so far. First is the MV Viet Long case. This vessel was traveling with an inter-atoll traveling permit. This wasn't crossing the channel, one of the channels that I have spoken earlier, but the negligent behavior of the captain, it ran aground near a protected area, just on the channel, on a reef in the channel between a resort island and the protected area, with 150 metric tons of heavy fuel oil. And luckily our atolls are formed in a manner where you have shallow reefs on the reef, atoll reef rim. So here you can see most of the shallow reefs, but inside the atoll, most of the small reefs are deep compared to the reefs on the atoll rim. So the pollution from the oil spill, it went inside the atoll, but luckily there were no islands or reefs that are in the vicinity of this pollution. So it never caused much damage to any of the islands or reefs. But it has caused heavy damage to the reef structure. 13,450 square meter of reef damage we observed. Well, basically it ran on one end of the reef, and it went right on the reef, and it causing widespread damage. Next case is the MV Navios Amaryllis case. This vessel was traveling from Tuticorin, India to Sultanah Bay in South Africa. There was an engine failure about 17 nautical miles while it was crossing the Kashidu Channel. And the captain did not notify any authorities in the Maldivian government. So the vessel drifted and grounded in one of the protected areas called Rasfari, marine protected area. The pollutants on board were 1330 tons and more than 100 cubic meter of pollutants. If it released some of these pollutants, it would have caused major pollution incident in the protected area. Not only that, sorry about the earlier slide where it says, there was 13,450 square meter of reef damage. It was a mistake. It actually caused about 8,867 square meter of reef damage. Basically, the whole reef system was destroyed where it ran around. And not only that, in the vicinity of the damaged area, we saw a significant area of bleaching. We were not able to identify how the grounding caused the bleaching incident. And this is another interesting case, the NGO's Sun. It was also traveling with an inter-atoll traveling permit, but it ran aground with 5,000 tons of construction aggregate and river sand. And there were about 33,000 cubic meter of heavy fuel oil. And we have observed a significant area of the reef damage due to the grounding. But it's not only the grounding incident that we were, the reef damage incident that caught our attention, but this was the beach on that island before the vessel ran aground. Pebble Beach, and there is a protected beach next to this beach, so white sand beach. And this is what the beach looked like before the incident, but due to they have asked us to the EPA for the permission to dump the construction aggregates to lighten the vessel to pull it out of the reefs. So we gave the permit because there was no other option to remove the vessel from the reef. So we gave them the permit to dump the construction aggregate on condition that they remove the construction aggregate after the salvage of the vessel. But after a few days, we have observed the beach, all the construction aggregates were washed up on the beach, causing major havoc in the community. So the lessons that we have learned from these cases is that we don't have the financial and human resources to respond to these type of similar incidents, and we obviously don't have the capacity in chemical and other hazardous substances expertise in those areas to give the technical advice and input in such incidents. With respect to oil, fuel, and other hazardous substances, the government bodies lack the capacity to remove them, contain them, or use dispersants on them. I think the challenges that Seychelles faces are very much similar to us as well. And we don't have many tugboats there's no tugboat that can actually pull a vessel of that size in the Maldives. So that shows how vulnerable we are. So what we need to do is obviously to increase technical capacity, and interagency coordination is an important step that we need to take in dealing with these maritime pollution incidents. And we need to integrate an interagency standard of procedure, because there is none at this moment. So what the government agencies are doing is to prepare a formal response policy, which is being developed at the moment. And first step of that is the National Oil and Hazardous Substances Pollution Contingency Plan is drafted, and there are 3 size classes of spills identified in that NCP, which is actually made by the Maldives National Defense Forces. We at national level we can deal with these tier 1 and tier 2 spills, but if it comes to tier 3 spill, like the case of MV Express Pearl in Sri Lankan coast, that we will have to require assistance from foreign countries. So I don't know how such an incident, how we could deal with such an incident without international partners' help. So there I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, wow. Well, thank you, Hussein, for this brilliant and very convincing presentation, which is yet again a clear demonstration that safety of navigation policies cannot be implemented in isolation from environmental protection policies. So thanks very much. And I will turn to the Cremari experts to just show us how Ioris can help handle such situations. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. But I'm first going to show you a little video about the overlay, and then I'm going to show you some other feature called OpenStreet that is available in Ioris. This is actually just for my colleagues so they know which sequence I would present it. Before I start, so it's the overlay final. Yeah. Hold on, don't start yet, hold on. So before I start, please press pause. Yes, thank you. Before I start, I want to say that Ioris has a feature where we can put an image overlay on the chart. You can see it and share it with everybody. Now, it can be any image, it can be any format. As long as it's an image, you can also have moving images like GIFs. That works as well. In this case, I'm going to do an image overlay of a weather situation, but you can do it from wave heights, currents if you have. So this is how it would benefit if you have a maritime pollution incident, that you can start predicting where the main impact would be and you can orient your main assets to tackle the problem as adequately as possible. Cue video. So first of all, you need to find the image wherever you have it. Either you have it from one of your own systems, or you can use Zoom Earth or any other platform that's readily available. So you look at this one is Madagascar. We have the wind that we see. You take a screenshot, and then with this screenshot, it's a little bit technical, but with this screenshot, you have to start finding your coordinates, because you need coordinates to be able to import the image over your map, obviously. So you need to find your image overlay here. This is where I'm going to put it. I've done it here already. I have my image, and I have put it where I want it to be. And now I have my coordinates. I copy my coordinates into Ioris, so there it would be in that area. I do the image overlay, click there, add the plus, and then I can just copy the coordinates. Of course, you give it a name so everybody can see what it is. I will then copy the coordinates one by one into this file here. So you need the northwest and southeast coordinates, only two coordinates, which means that you can only do a rectangle or square, so it's not going to be a circle. You choose your file. Once you have your coordinates in there, you copy them. You just put them in Ioris. There we go. And you continue this for the other coordinates as well, which I cut out to make it shorter. Once you have all your coordinates, the last one you need as well. All right. Okay, and of course you have a technical issue. Now, fairly easy. Once you have, I don't have it on this file, guys. Do you have a? Now, if you can't get it up, no problem anymore. So you just copy the coordinates into the screen that you just saw. And once you have the coordinates, you add your file. You click on enter, and then everybody in your area will be able to see the finished product, your waves, the waves or the wind direction that you have imported, so everybody would see where it's going to run to. It's okay, you can skip if you want to. Let's cut straight to the second video then, no problem. It's working on mine, but. So you'll have the image on your map with your currents. So you can determine where you have to put your main efforts. Second video I would like is the OpenStreet view, please. All right, no, don't press pause yet. Don't play yet. Guys, press pause, please. It's the yellow button, the circly button in the middle. Guys, can somebody press pause, please? Down, down, down. Yes, there we go. And start from the beginning. No, don't press play. Pause. Okay. The OpenStreet View is a feature that we have in Ioris as well, where you can zoom in cities. You can see the street outlay. So which would be a very helpful feature in case you have a natural disaster, for example. You have an earthquake, you have a subsequent tsunami, whatever. you will see the possibility to go and zoom into the areas that might be hit and start coordinating for relief efforts as well. So it's not only anything that happens purely at sea, you can also render assistance with overlapping incidents that maybe start at sea but end up on land as well. So if you can press play now. No, we can't. You can press play now. So just a short video on how we zoom in. Right, this was Colombo because I was there last week. It was really nice to be there again. So you can zoom in, you can really go into detail. Right? You can see the streets to a very big detail, so you can actually coordinate disaster relief really into detail and really into the local level. This is the view you will have. Right? And you can go wherever the map you want. This is a feature you have all over Ioris, all over the map. So as you can see, very, very detailed. That's the new port. And you can do this wherever you want. So this is a possibility you have as well. So as I said, not only purely maritime, but also overlapping incidents where you need to coordinate with, for example, Red Cross, other disaster relief agencies, and you can start sharing the information on Ioris, of course, with the normal ways that we always do it, with messages, forms, documents, whatever you need. All right? And that's about it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Bjorn. Well, here again, I think what's interesting in Ioris is interoperability. We see that there's information that we get from other sources, such as drift schemes and satellite imagery, you name it, and we see that provided it can be exported in KML format, it can all be re-imported to the benefit of the community. Now we're going to shift to IUU fishing and fisheries monitoring control. And some of you might be wondering why such presentations have been included in the section on emergency prevention, preparedness and response. And I think we have a case in point going on right now. Our colleagues at RCOC, which is located just a couple of blocks from here, are actually busy dealing with the situation in Mauritius where a fishing vessel, Asian fishing vessel, grounded on the island of Saint-Brandon. So I hope it doesn't get to that, but this is, again, evidence that fishing vessels can be, so to speak, customers of various services. It can be vessel traffic monitoring, it can be SAR, it can also be salvage or counter-pollution. So I'll now give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Gérard Domingue, who's Compliance Manager at the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. Thank you.
Hello, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you have already noticed I'm not Gérard Domingue, but yes, you can see I'm José Antonio Cuña Barros. I'm a Compliance Fisheries Officer for the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. And so, first of all, I would like to convey sincerest apologies from Gerard for not being capable of being here today. But in any case, I've taken up the torch and I would present to you which are the challenges that the IOTC faces when addressing IUU fishing. Okay. So to provide you with a bit of context, the IOTC is an intergovernmental organization that was established by treaty under Article 14 of the FAO Constitution. So it's what we call an Article 14 FAO body. What this means is that the IOTC, as other Article 14 bodies, has a variable measure of functional autonomy, but depends legally and administratively to the FAO. So the IOTC in question was established, here it says 1996, but this was the moment in which the agreement came into force, and it became operational in 1998. The IOTC is mandated to promote cooperation among contracting parties and cooperating non-contracting parties with the aim of ensuring sustainable management of tuna and tuna-like species, and in the Indian Ocean and adjacent seas, north of the Antarctic Convergence. So the IOTC is one of the 5 tuna RFMOs that exist worldwide. It's the only one which is an article 14 body of the FAO, so we are a bit special. And the headquarters of the IOTC is located here in Seychelles, in the Republic of Seychelles. Currently, it is integrated by 30 contracting parties, and we have 1 cooperating non-contracting party, which is Liberia. Okay, so going into matter, about the challenges the IOTC faces when addressing IUU fishing, we have distinguished from a CPC perspective and from the Secretariat perspective. Now, from the CPC perspective, what we observe is that there's a lack of awareness on the value and the strategical importance of fisheries resources, and this often leads to the setting up of institutional frameworks and allocation of budget, which is not enough. So it's, this depends on multiple factors that can range from cultural factors to economical factors. Very linked to that, we believe another challenge from the CPC perspective is adoption of inadequate MCS mechanisms. This is often due to a lack of national comprehensive strategy. No? So there's not, often what we see is that there's no national plan that defines clear objectives, short, mid-term, long-term objectives, and with related activities and the allocation of budget lines to those activities. So there's not some sort of comprehensive strategy to combat IUU fishing and monitor the appropriately fisheries. With respect to the operational point of view, some coastal states, in particular developing states and small island developing states especially, that has extensive jurisdictional waters, what we observe is that many of them have inadequate resources to monitor the jurisdictional waters. Of course, this is due to budgetary problems. There's a high cost associated with acquiring and maintaining such assets. Also, there's another high cost in relation with operation, the operational cost, and in relation with manpower as well. Not just to have trained officers that are managing these assets, but also in charge of using these suite of tools and technologies that are equipped within the assets now. And then from the legal perspective, we can point out that as a challenge, the outdated legal frameworks. So this is because certain national legal frameworks do not effectively address all aspects of IUU fishing. An example of this can be, for instance, the evidentiary standards and admissibility of evidences, which do not include electronic evidence or the use of new technologies, which is more and more common, as you very well know about it. From this legal perspective as well, to deprive offenders of IUU fishing from getting benefit from their activities, it is very important to have sanctions with sufficient severity to deter and prevent them from doing these activities. This is not so usually the case along all other members. Perhaps on the table, you can pass this slide. Okay, thank you very much. So from the Secretariat's perspective, I've highlighted as a challenge the log flag state responsibility. This is for us one of the key elements in combating IUU phishing. Certain international instruments, such as the compliance agreement of 1993, established that the flag state should ensure that that can apply effective jurisdiction and control to the vessels under their flag, in order to ensure that they did not engage in IUU phishing activities. But this is not often the case. Generally, we have many cases of phishing vessels going beyond their jurisdictional waters without even an authorization to fish in the high seas. And these vessels are equipped with VMS units, and even the flag state do not react against that. So there are lots of cases about that. Some other example could be with these UNAFOR related activities that we receive as well, and we communicate to flag states all of these sightings, and we do not receive further response from them. So as in a second grade of importance from this primary responsibility of the flag state, we could speak also about the limited implementation of food and coastal state responsibilities. I have already spoken about coastal state responsibilities and why in some cases there are obstacles on implementing this from the coastal states. But in relation to post-state measures, which is a cost-effective way of addressing IUU phishing, we also observe, even though we have a system in place to communicate all information in relation to the vessel and the results of the inspection, we observe that there is not post-states normally are not conducting the control activities at an optimum level. And so many inspections are below the standards, etc. Now we find out we have to do a lot of work in this respect. As well, we have spoken here a lot about IUU phishing. I just would like to draw a little bit of attention to the other components of IUU phishing, especially to the component of unreported. As the misreporting of catches or the non-reporting of catches at all also is one of the biggest issues that we can face in order to have proper stock assessment, established adequate quotas for those species that require quotas, and keep managing sustainably the stocks now. I'm from the IUU vessel list, which has proven to be an effective tool now to combat and stop those illegal vessels that have been detected and listed. We see also some challenges in respect to it, which are, for in first instance, the low level of understanding of the IUU listing procedures by some of the members. You might not be aware of the process of IUU listing a vessel within the IOCC, but it's a long process in which it is required consultations, and flag states need to provide response and information within timeframes, and this is not always well respected. And also within this IUU vessel list, what we see is that there's a lack of information provided. Many of these IUU phishing activities IUU vessel comes from sightings now, and so there's a lack of details on vessel identifiers. There's a lack of details on vessel characteristics, and this makes it quite difficult, perhaps, to conduct an action now against these vessels. To give you a figure, it's, for instance, we have now listed 173 IUU vessels, and almost for them, this is 36% of their fields are being completed. The rest is unknown. So as you can see, that this can, of course, be improved and remains a challenge. And at last, just to highlight that we are now including this cross-listing process from other RFMOs as well. This is, of course, in the spirit of sharing information and cooperating with other regional organizations. But there are some obstacles to this, as in the case of IOCC, only 7 RFMOs are recognized as sources of IU vessels in order to be cross-listed, and these do not include the RFMOs that are included in those other lists to be cross-listed, so this creates, at the end, a bit of difficulties. So this is all from me. This was a brief presentation. I hope you have enjoyed it, and I welcome very much any questions.
Well, thank you. Well, the challenges are certainly numerous and huge, and most certainly a lost battle if we don't handle it collectively and regionally. And I hope at an operational level the Ioris team can help. Please, what's your first name again? Eli. Well, Eli, you have the floor.
Yes, so again, Eli El Sayah from Cremario team, Ioris instructor. In this example, I was following your presentation very well. So most of the challenges that has been stated by my colleague from the IOTC can be fought by a lot of Ioris features. This time I will only demonstrate one of the features that can help us to implement the PSMA, the Port State Measures Agreement. So please. We are working right now on an area which is, not this video please, this is the joint. Yeah, please close this video. And the region, the PSMA. PSMA, yeah. So in this example, we will be showing how on a national level, we can create one area for all the national players to be coordinating together, sharing information together, in order to achieve and to implement agreements such as the PSMA in this case. We'll be talking about a vessel requesting entry into port, and this vessel is foreign. And our example will take place in Somalia, in Mogadishu. So when the vessel will ask permission to enter the port, many agencies from the country, from Somalia, will need to authorize this entry. In our case, I created a form. It is, so I created a form. In the form, we can start sending the authorization permission from every agency to another. So let's say first we will start with the port security. When the port authority agree and authorize the entry, then they will send it forward to the port security officer. If he agrees, we send it forward to the Maritime Commission or the Maritime Authority, and they authorize. And at the end, when we have the authorization of everyone, we will get the form back to the main player. When they check that everybody agreed on this vessel, foreign vessel, entering the port, they will be authorized to enter the port according to the PSMA. So now we are working on a regional, on a national area, which is Somalia Interagency Area. I'll be taking the role of this fishing vessel Al-Amin. So first of all, Somalia is a signatory of the PSMA. Okay, so this now articles of the PSMA, they talk clearly about sharing information and about integrating and coordinating between agencies on a national and on a regional level. Article 5, Article 8, Article 6, they're all talking about authorizations and denials for vessel entry into ports and about exchanging information among agencies on a national and a regional level. Electronic exchange of information. So all these articles are stated in the PSMA, which Somalia has agreed and signed, one of the countries. Now, we will add a new message by the Somali Port Authority. Somali Port Authority is telling everyone in Somalia that one foreign vessel is requesting entry into port, which is port of Mogadishu. So fishing vessel requesting entry to all. Fishing vessel Al-Amin, which is really there, okay, so this is just for the scenario, requesting entry to port of Mogadishu. So now a form will be assigned because we can fill a part of the form and assign the rest for other authorities. We will show you how to do it. So this alert has been sent, and now we will go to forms and fill out the form regarding the implementation of PSMA for port entry. This is a very basic one. Somali Maritime Administration, let's say they authorized it, and they go to next section. Mogadishu Port Unit, also authorized, next section. I am playing Somali Port Authority, I will authorize the entry, and now I will reach the authorization of the Port Facility Security Officer, which I am not. So I will assign this form to another user who is actually playing the role of the Port Security Officer. I will assign it to myself on the other account, and I will switch now to the other account. This is it, Port Facility Security Officer. I go to Forms, and I check this form that has been assigned to me as a Port Security Officer. So Forms, implementation of PSMA for port entry, and now I can see what status is this form. I saw that the Somali, Mogadishu Port Unit, and Somali Port Authority all authorized, and it's my turn. So if I authorize it, now I can submit my form for approval. So I can tell the Port Authority that we all agreed, we are all authorizing the entry. I submitted for approval, it is awaiting approval right now, and again, now here I can review it. Yes, 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 all 4 authorized entry. So entry is approved, and I can approve the form and send a message to let this vessel enter the port. Thank you so much.
And now we'll have our last presentation on fisheries monitoring and control, because that's where addressing IUU fishing starts with. So it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jude Salma, who is a fisheries expert at EcoFish. Thank you, Jude.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, members of Osiris team, and all partners in the room. My presentation will focus mostly on fisheries monitoring, control, and surveillance operation in the Southwest Indian Ocean. Where is the presentation? Okay. When they're looking for it, I'll just continue to speak. There is a misconception of monitoring, control, and surveillance, MCS, in the region. Some people think that MCS is surveillance or only enforcement. In fact, it is much wider than that, and it includes fisheries management. It's part and parcel of fisheries management. My first slide will just go briefly in brief what is fisheries MCS. The M is the continuous requirement for measurement of fishing effort, characteristic, and resource yield. The C is the regulatory conditions under which the exploitation of fisheries resource may be conducted. And S surveillance is the degree and type of observation required to maintain compliance to the regulatory control imposed on fishing activities. And that also includes RFMO resolutions also, which should be domesticated in national laws. So in brief, MCS is all about compliance with fisheries management measures. Monitoring gathers information on the fishery that is used to assist in developing and assessing appropriate management measures, while surveillance uses this information to develop risk analysis tools to ensure that these controls are complied to. Next. MCS countries, regional organizations develop the MCS tools based on several international instruments. But I will focus more on the UNFO International Plan of Action for IUU Fishing Guidelines developed in 2021. These guidelines has a little green book for us MCS practitioners. This is our Bible. And it has 93 paragraphs. But I'll just speak about this paragraph because it relates to the discussion today and the objective of Osiris. Paragraph 28 stated that states should coordinate their activities and cooperate directly and as appropriate through regional organization and cooperation. Exchange of data. It goes on to say that you should exchange data or information with applicable confidentiality requirements, cooperate on acquisition of data management and verification of relevant data and information, cooperate on investigation of IUU fishing, cooperate on transferring of expertise and technology, cooperate on common policies, common regional policies, develop cooperative mechanisms that allow inter-area rapid response to IUU fishing, and cooperate in MCS through international, regional, and sub-regional organizations. In fact, that's what IOTC has been doing. The IOC has also been doing through one of its regional fisheries surveillance plan. IUU fishing in the Indian Ocean region. Indian Ocean fisheries are some of the most important. Next one. Next. Okay. Indian Ocean fisheries are some of the most important, accounting about 15% of the global marine capture. 30% of the Indian Ocean asset stocks are not fished sustainably. IUU fishing has direct consequence on the economies of the coastal state in this region and on the marine ecosystem of this region also. It's undermined the regulated and sustainable fisheries management effort by states and RFMOs. A 2015 study of selected species representing about half of the total Indian Ocean has said that there is about between 16 to 34% of catches are either illegal or underreported. The regional fisheries initiative in the regions. There are some regional initiatives in the region. There's two main ones and there's one in development. There's a SADC MCS Coordination Center. In July 2008, the SADC statement of commitment was signed by its member state to combat IUU fishing. The objective are to improve regional and inter-regional cooperation and a view of eradicating IUU fishing, strengthening fisheries governance and legal framework to eliminate IUU fishing. And thirdly, developing a regional fisheries MCS strategy and regional plan of action in relation to IUU fishing and strengthen fisheries MCS capacity also. So in order to achieve that, what does SADC do? It was agreed that there should be a regional center be established in Maputo, Mozambique, with the objective of coordinating regional MCS activities. Then there's a SADC Council of Ministers in July 2017 in Pretoria, South Africa, approved a charter for establishing the MCSCC. The center is not yet operationalized due to the necessary signatures for the charter has not been reached. But there are ongoing cooperation between the states, especially with regards to information exchange informally. Then there's the IGAD MCS Coordination Center. This is something that is in development as part of the regional strategy for MCS. And their key objective, their strategic objective and key priorities are as follows: to establish an RIPO based on regional collaborative MCS, compatible with international legal framework, develop a regional plan of action to combat IUU, develop national plan of action in its member state, institutional capacity buildings and development, developing or amending legal and regulatory framework, and implementing effective and cost-effective MCS through cooperation of trained and empowered inspectors and observers. So both organizations are looking towards the same direction. Then we have the IOC, Indian Ocean Commission Regional Fisheries Surveillance Plan, in French, Plan Régional de Surveillance des Pêches, better known as PRSP. This program has been in place since 2007. When the fisheries ministers signed an agreement and made a declaration in Victoria, Seychelles. And that was in January 2007. They developed administrative arrangement between the IOC member state and the IOC Secretariat, and that was signed in July 2007. The first surveillance mission was held in September 2007, and I recall it very well, and they captured Japanese special fishing illegally in the Seychelles waters. Then in 2014, we introduced a sub-regional vessel modeling system and the regional protocols signed between IOC member state and the IOC Secretariat. Presently, this protocol is under review to enable us to share information to other organizations like the Chuma's Maritime Security Regional Centers in Madagascar and in Seychelles. In 2015, there was an Observer Managers Working Group that has been established, and the objective is to develop regional observer programs. In 2016, we developed a standard real-time fisheries information sharing hub, better known as a Starfish, and it was established on trial basis while the protocol is being developed in parallel. Presently, the protocol is in the process of finalization with legal scrutiny, and hopefully it will be ready by early next year. And there was a second fisheries ministerial declaration of the PRSP member state in July 2017 in Madagascar. Sorry, I forgot to mention that initially it started only with the IOC member state, the 5 IOC member states, Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar, Comoros, and France, Réunion. And in 2017, it extended to Mozambique, Kenya, Tanzania, and last year, it was extended to the Somalia also. The IOC, the ministerial conference was held in Madagascar, and several recommendations were agreed upon, but most importantly was the recommendation to institutionalize the program. Why institutionalize the program? Because the program has been project dependent since 2007. Initially, it was financed by the DG Remare. Secondly, in 2014, it was financed by the Smart Fish Project, and now it is being financed by the Ecofish Project. So, for sustainability of the activity, the ministers find it necessary that the program must be institutionalized. And Ecofish is providing the technical expertise in that process. And we will be hosting a third ministerial meeting mid-2023 as part of the process of the institutionalization. Some figures, PRSP figures, since the last 15 years. Like it initially started with the head of state summit. Then we have had 2 ministerial conference, 52 regional coordination unit, 10 extended regional coordination, that is the steering committee, and 59 regional patrols, 1,449 days at sea, 612 vessels controlled, 154 offenses, 56 serious offenses, 414 inspectors has participated in the inspection at sea, 39 air patrol, 1,049.66 flying hours, and 496 vessels observed during air patrol, and 76 inspectors deployed. And 64,904 observation days has been undertaken since 2014 and 2014 by the participating state as part of the Scientific Observer Program, which has a component of MCS within it. And with regards to VMS, there have been 5.4 million data has been shared between the member states. And that's more or less some of the figures that we have achieved since 2007. What have we seen during those years, 15 years? When we started, there was loads of infractions, serious infractions. I can tell you a lot of stories from inspectors being shot at, Kalashnikov, bribery, bribing inspectors, illegal fishing, underreporting from mostly Asiatic vessel with regards to shark, declaration of shark, the percentage of the carcass to the pins, always underreported. And nowadays with the yellowfin tuna allocation, there's underreporting also ongoing with industrial vessels. So we have seen over the years that the serious infraction has dropped. There's still a lot of infraction, but the serious infraction has dropped over the years. This is in our jurisdiction, not on the high seas, because we operate in a zone of cooperation. The zone of cooperation is only in our jurisdiction. Our government has not mandated us to go beyond the zone of cooperation, which is our EZ in totality, which is in totality about, now I think it's 7.2 million kilometers square within the inclusion of Somalia. Okay. However, despite there's been a gradual decrease in serious infraction in the industrial fishing, recently, especially with this piracy, we started to see vessels, small, medium-sized vessels coming from the north of the Indian Ocean region, coming into the Seychelles waters, Mauritius waters, even in Somalia waters. There's been an increase in the medium-sized vessel activities that are not on the PRSP radar, coastal state radar. They have no VMS, no AIS, they don't take license, they don't have track state authorization, most not on the list of IOTC or SHOFA. SHOFA is another IFMO, Southwest Indian Ocean Fisheries Agreement. They are not on those lists of vessels. They are involved in EU fishing, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other contrabands. So these are maritime security issues. That's why there's a strong need for fisheries to work with maritime securities, especially those regional organizations. There's even forced labor in contravention with to the ILO Working Fishing Convention 2007 C188. Unfortunately, in this region, there's no, which are participating in the PRSP, apart from France, nobody has ratified this convention. Challenges and solutions. One, project dependent. It's the biggest challenge between the Smart Fish and the Eco-Fish program project. There were 3 years gap, so there were no activities. Even the VMS and the starfish, the IOC secretariats also shut it down. There's a need to be institutionalized, which was recognized by the ministers. Engagement towards institutionalization is a big challenge. And IOC need to be more committed towards the 2017 Fisheries Ministerial Declaration and recommendations. Misunderstanding of the intervention of PRSP. In 2007, when the PRSP started, it started as a surveillance program. Over the years, it has evolved and developed in an MCS program. And the ministers recognize that. That's why it recommended institutionalization. And there's a need to rebrand to better reflect the activities of this regional fisheries management action. Collaboration with MCS and maritime security. We need to establish a regional platform to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing. In fact, this is one activity under the EcoFish program to establish such a platform. And next year, we're working on the concept note, and next year we will be circulating to the concept note to relevant partners for us to try and kickstart to put in place a regional platform between fisheries and maritime securities in an effort to collaborate regionally in the prevention, deterrent, and elimination of IUU. Because frankly, right now, there's a tendency to work in solo. And this needs to be rectified, and we need to work together. Well, last, my colleague from IOTC speak before. We cannot talk about MCS without talking about the two RFMOs, the two main RFMOs in the region, which is the IOTC and the CIOFA. Both develop series of MCS-related resolutions that are domesticated by its incorporating and non-cooperating parties. These resolutions form part of the basis of national competent authorities and regional MCS mechanism. Examples of resolutions like the IOTC PSMR, Posted Measures Resolution, and the Regional Observer Program, of which Smartfish IOC will be developing their Regional Observer Program based on the IOTC resolution on our Regional Observer Program. Then the CIOFA, Southwest Indian Ocean Fisheries Agreement, I don't know if you are aware of it, they have a high seas boarding and inspection program. Because they are an FMO, they can implement a high seas boarding and inspection program on the high seas in their jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jude, for this deep dive into the murky waters of IUU fishing, and for stressing again how important it is to equally institutionalize MCS and operationalize it. And that's what Eli will tell us more about, operationalizing MCS.
So, again, the last example was on the national level. Now we'll talk more about the regional level, and that's a very important point here to point out, how we can use Ioris to share and coordinate on a regional level between countries. So, now we're working on a joint maritime area, West Indian Ocean, which means it can contain a lot of countries on the Western Indian Ocean. Now we are in Kenya. Kenya Port Authority received information about a vessel that may be involved in IUU fishing. So, in order to share this information with other nations and other agencies from different countries, they will send a message on this joint maritime area. In the message, they will tell everyone that we have a vessel which is suspect of IUU. So inside the message, they will give a little bit more details about what we are facing right now. They will say the name of the vessel, which is suspect of IUU. This poor Al-Amin guy is always going up in our examples because it was there. So reported by MCS Fishery in Kenya. And now, all be alerted. So this message will be sent to all the countries or agencies from countries on this joint maritime area. Now on the other side, I will be playing the role of Somali Port Authority, and I will receive this alert. When I see this alert, I will go on AIS and search for this vessel, which is Al-Amin, to see if it is in my territory, near my port. When I click on it, I search for Al-Amin, I apply, and then here it is. It's in front of Mogadishu, Al-Amin, so I know that this vessel is approaching my port. So right now, I will go on this alert and I will reply telling Kenya that yes, Al-Amin is in my territory and it is approaching my port, which is Mogadishu. And I will tell them that I will take the appropriate measures to send an inspection team to check on this vessel and see if it is only suspect or if it was really involved in IUU fishing. So, and I will keep you all posted. So all nations will know what we are facing, and that the Somali guys, the Somali people that on this area, they are dealing with Al Amin shared by Kenya. Thank you so much. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your very interesting insights. Sorry, the aircon is very strong and my voice has suffered a lot. We are running late on the agenda. Are there any questions you want to ask to our distinguished guests and experts at the table there? Anyone at the back? Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Seychelles is surrounded by water in almost all areas. So having limited resources, as you already mentioned earlier during your presentation, it's a bit challenging when it comes to maritime security assurance. So apart from using Ioris, how do you manage to ensure maritime security in your area of operation? Thank you.
All right, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you for your question. For now, we use mainly the Mercury platform, and we also have the VMS monitoring system. And for planning, right now we have the Skylight as well. We use Skylight at the NISCC. And we also have the RCOC in conjunction with RMIFC in Madagascar. And we share information with each other, and I think that improves our awareness within our EEZ, and also now it includes our GME as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Ioris Adam. I just want to question. My question goes to IOC. It's related to the IUU. I think you talked about IUU in length, but I just want to know, there should be somebody to be blamed on that activity. If IUU is done, there should be a vessel, and the vessel should be belonging to a government or a company. But I've never seen that you blame anyone, but you mentioned it is the IUU from the beginning at the end of your presentation. But what is the caution? So why don't you just tell us if there is someone or a country or a company that could be accountable for this activity? That's my question. The second thing that I want to raise here is a comment. I, as a Somalia, I don't know, since in the morning I was observing the conference, and you're using Somalia as an example in every aspect, from the beginning until now. Every presentation, if I can count, 50% is Somalia to be mentioned. If you want to accuse piracy, you will say Somalia. If you just want to say something, the terrorist, you will mention Somalia, Al-Shabaab. Then I'm really delighted, but I was not alone. Yemen is also as an example with me. So let us say Yemen and Somalia are very nice people, because we are patient and we are here to abide by your orders, and we are comfortable with that. That's my comment, and I'm really appreciating that. I'm really appreciating. It makes me feel that I'm proud, because most of your time you spent on the situation in Somalia and in Yemen, where you can see that there's a problem, there's the gap, there's a security-related issues, there's a safety purpose, which makes me feel when I get back to my country, then I will tell that most of the people, they contribute their time, they sacrifice for the sake of both countries, Yemen and Somalia, talking all the time that the security. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Eunice. That was on a light moment, I must say. Look, the panel of 6, they really made a very good and well-informed presentations. And I must say, there's quite a lot that we can talk and comment and ask questions about. But if we are talking search and rescue, if we are talking volume of traffic, like we talked about critical maritime routes, if we are talking the issue of the size of vessels, especially when it relates to pollution risks, considering the Cape-sized vessels that are massive, really, we do have serious challenges as a region. If you look at the West Indian Ocean side geographically, and we talk about oil pollution, the region does not have a regional contingency center. We are talking about it, and lack of that kind of a facility does create a gap. We experienced a very unpleasant situation with the Wakashu incident that happened in Mauritius. And the question that one might ask is, did poor communication play a role in that? If it was not poor communication, could it be other poor decisions that led to that? And those that are informed about the incident might have a comment or two. The presenter who talked about search and rescue, the issue of the size of the area, that is basically the responsibility of most of the member states. It is quite a huge area, and communication, or rather poor communication systems, can lead to communication breakdown, resulting in late responses. So when we talk preparedness, both on prevention and response, we need to have very sharp communication system. And when you dispatch teams, they should continue being able to be updated about what is happening together with those that are on site. So it is important that we tighten the information sharing network in the whole region. Okay. No, I don't want to speak the whole day because there is a problem of there is a challenge of there's a challenge of time. The issue of vessel traffic monitoring. Are we looking at a regional approach? Are we looking at a regional center which will monitor the traffic in the region? There's a challenge of capability in individual member states when it comes to vessel monitoring, and that speaks to MDA in the main. Not all of us are where we want to be, and not all of us, in terms of planning, we know what we are doing or where we are going. And some of us might know what we want to do, but we don't necessarily have the resources to build the capacity to enable us as individual member states to attend to our challenges in our own territorial waters. You can ask questions. How many member states have a reaction force to attend to an emergency happening in their territorial waters? Most of them, when they respond, the thieves are already running. Most of them, when they respond, they also don't have the capacity. If they arrest, they don't have the capacity to deal with the thieves. They don't have the capacity. The judicial system has got challenges, and these are the realities that we have as a region. And my last comment would be, with systems like Ioris and the other systems that maybe might be on the offing, if member states apply themselves, do a thorough analysis on the individual systems and agree on a particular system, we definitely will get a long way in terms of addressing the challenges we have as a region. Thank you.
We still have a couple of questions. Thank you. Yeah? No? Okay. I'm the license officer for UNAFOR. And my question goes straight ahead to the Tuna Commission representative. You were, in your very interesting presentation, you were talking about one of the constraints of the organization, which is, I think, something shared in this room, about the need for sharing information. And you mentioned UNAFOR in your presentation too. I'd like to know what kind of relationship you have with the other regional organizations working in the area, namely UNAFOR or the RCOCs, or any of those things. Are you trying to establish direct communication with them? Do you have any kind of agreement, MOUs, something about that? I'd like to know some information. Thank you.
I'll answer the first question from Sumara. You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, the time limit for the presentation it does not permit me to put more information. In fact, yesterday I had a mail from Kibagi that I have to reduce the size of my presentation. So it's a reduced presentation. Of course, yes, there are companies behind it, but it's not in my head. There are several cases, there are several companies, and different Prague states from Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Iranian, Chinese, Taiwanese, EU, even the Seychelles vessels coming from my own country, and it's widespread. Okay, but the recent development with the small-scale vessels, the small vessels, medium-sized vessels, which is a concern nowadays that are doing both IU fishing and maritime security issues, coming from countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India, and even Yemen. Okay, so that's our big concern, because the information is here in Seychelles. You can go at the Coast Guard, you can go at the jetty at Port Vidos. There was a big fire yesterday. I don't know if they've burned out a few of those illegal fishing vessels. You can go there, you can see a few of those illegal fishing vessels waiting for trial. Not only for illegal fishing, but for maritime security issues. And I think my colleague from Maritime Security also can confirm that. Okay, and the range of IUU fishing ranges from illegal fishing and underreporting. Okay, underreporting is as much severe as illegal, because you are authorized. You are authorized, you have a license, but then you misreport it to me. Misinformation, underreporting provides you with the wrong information that we have to provide to the RFMOs, and the RFMOs base decision on those information, so they make the wrong information. Even government will make wrong policies because if we have the wrong information. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Milko van Gol. I'm head of cooperation at the EU delegation to Mauritius and Seychelles. We manage not Crimario. Crimario is managed from Brussels headquarters, but we do manage a number of other projects that many of you will know very well, like Maze, Ecofish with Jude, and the port security program. What I would like to ask, what I find very interesting is actually to see the practical, the little practical drills that are being shown every time on how does Ioris actually work. And one of the presentations, I think it was the last one, actually stopped where I thought it was getting really interesting, because I've understood now that Ioris works between different countries, between authorities, between different countries. The IUU ship, the ship with the illegal catch, was just in front of Mogadishu, and that's where it gets interesting, because what I would like to see, and I don't know if the organizers could organize that either now or maybe later during the conference, to show how the communities work. Because what I understand is that you can actually isolate yourself in a community, for instance, the national port authorities, who then, how is the point on, okay, we're going to send an inspection team. What I would like to see is the next steps. How this works, how the next steps are made, how the inspection service, maybe customs, maybe also the police, how are they involved, and how do you make sure that they all come to the port, inspect the vessel, and how do they feed back to one another and do feedback to the other partners in the region. I would actually appreciate to see that. I would also like to hear other port security experts in this room. Maybe they have experiences to share, maybe even with Ioris, maybe with other systems. And it would be interesting to hear how they feel Ioris compares to other systems they use, and how Ioris is hopefully a better way of using it. I would be very grateful if at some point in the conference we could see that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I'm taking the floor on behalf of Grimario because we use the interesting part of sharing when something goes wrong or something happens from a port situation. Use the Somali situation for the port security. So we exchange information, of course, in 3 minutes, 2 minutes in 45 seconds to be more exact, more precise, of how the information can be changed, either by documents, putting some passwords, and also sending the information and the forms from each entity within interagency cooperation, or beyond that, for example, if Interpol is inside that community can pop up information from that side. Of course, we don't have time now, but we can share afterwards this example, these specific ones, how we can push for this information and share it to go for the inspection, receive documents, pictures, put it in a map, see how this can ping pong between the entities that are inside the field or on the field taking all this information. Maybe it's a quick answer, but then when we see the pictures, we can do it better, okay? Thank you for your time.
Okay, if I may, by allusions, respond to some of the questions. Firstly, I would like to put a comment in relation to the question of our colleague from Somalia, that I was speaking about pointing vessels instead of owners. And that's, I think, is a very good comment from him. In the IOTC, what we are looking at also at global level as well, we are giving more and more importance to the concept of the beneficial owner of the vessel. And this is the beneficial owner of the vessel understanding, and this is the ultimate owner of the vessel, the person, the final legal person that takes benefit from the activities of the vessel. And this is the provision of this data field. It's something that, although it is an obligation within the IOTC, we find that this is not provided in many cases. The reasons why this happens could be because of national protection laws, dealing with personal data and confidentiality, etc. We don't know exactly, but is of course a piece of relevant information at the moment of making that the legal process has a good end, no? Really attacking the responsible person. And then there was a comment about my presentation in relation to the UNAV4. Our relationship with UNAV4 is that the European Union gently provides us with information on the sightings. And this is done to the IOTC in order that we communicate with the personnel of the official authorities of the fisheries administration of the flag state to request a response from them. It's not any memorandum of understanding, it's just within the work that we conduct within the IOTC that we do this now. And just at last, a quick comment in relation to this posted measures agreement. Thank you for the demonstration. All the next steps now that were mentioned on how this would be, those are outlined within the posted measures agreement. And basically, the fishing vessel or vessel related with fishing activities should firstly send an advance request of entry into port. Then the posted competent authority is the one deciding whether to authorize or deny the entry into port of this vessel. Following the posted measures agreement, if the vessel has been engaging in IUU fishing, it should be directly denied this authorization of entry. But there's cases in which the vessel commits to inspect the posted commits to inspect the vessel and therefore authorizes entry subject to the inspection of the vessel, but denying the use of port for the vessel. And then comes the inspection, after the inspection, the results of the inspection, and then the communication with the flag state to communicate the results of the inspections and the communication from the flag state in order to tell which were the follow-up actions conducted by the flag state in relation to that inspection. So this would be a bit the clarification on that. Thank you.
The
Thank you very much, Cliffo. Unfortunately, I will have to conclude this session because it can go forever because there are so many things to address, and I would encourage you to do following discussions during the break, which unfortunately again will not come now because we are still very behind the schedule. So I would like to thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Sorry for your voice, and I hope it will get better until the dinner. Thank you, the panelists, for your intervention. Thank you for your questions, and we'll invite the next session panel to come to them. So the next panel, please, Dave Natras, the Deputy Director of Primario, will moderate this session on how Ioris works, the platform in action. And I invite to the stage Alex Ralaiarivoni. Sorry for pronouncing your name like this. Alex, Captain Alex, Director General of the RMIFC. Mr. Aziz Manda, Head of Joint Operations Center, Kenyan Coast Guard Service. I also invite to the stage Colonel Vice Omar Bogore, Commander Djibouti Coast Guard. Please, sir. As well as Captain Sam Gauthier, Director, Regional Center for Operational Coordination, which is based here in Seychelles. Dave, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, everybody. So without any further delay, because we're running a little bit behind, it's a pleasure for me to be back in Mahe this week after a 3-year break. My last time here was at the end of 2019, towards the end of Primario 1, when we were running as the Ioris was the preferred communications tool for Cutlass Express. So it's a pleasure to be back again. Just a quick preview of me, so you know who I am. In a former life, I was ex-Royal Navy for 34 years, but for the past 14 years, I now live and work in the region. And I've worked with most of the agencies that are represented here, although many of you have obviously rotated, so you may not know me personally. But I now live in Mombasa, and my thing is going off, sorry. I'm informed that I'm an honorary Kenyan, so thank you for my Kenyan colleagues here today. Welcome, thank you, Government of Seychelles, Ministers, Admirals, Brigadiers, Generals, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. My name, again, is Dave Natras. I'm the Deputy Director of a Primario project, and I'm honored to be able to introduce to you over the next 60 minutes, but maybe we'll try and condense that a little bit, our next set of speakers who will focus on Ioris and how it works and the platform in action. Combined, our colleagues here have built up many, many years of experience in the maritime domain and their agencies in utilizing Ioris platform. Working with Primario from the concept and design phase between 2015 and 2017 to provide invaluable input to assure the platform met their needs and regional needs. This started off at the beta version, which was evaluated, in fact, in this very building, not this office here, but actually the side offices here. We were here in 2018 evaluating the system, not only with Seychelles agencies, but also other regional countries and agencies that flew to Seychelles to participate in that. And then 5 years ago, we launched Ioris in Seychelles, our official launch. As I said, our speakers this afternoon come from a variety of agencies in the region, both national and regional, and you will hear how the flexibility of Ioris can be applied in their respective domains based on the responsibilities and mandates of the individual centres. So without any further ado, first up, I'd like to introduce Captain Alex. Forgive me, Alex, I'm not going to try and pronounce your surname. It has so many syllables, and you know us Brits, we struggle with that. As with many partners, the RMIFC have been with us from the beginning, participating in the extensive training and regional exercises over the years using Ioris platform. And throughout this time, RMIFC have been instrumental in providing invaluable feedback that has helped to shape the platform into what it is today. And we continue to work closely with the RMIFC in Madagascar. So Alex, please, I hand the floor over to you.
The presentation, please. Huh? Corrupted. Just a minute.
Okay, so I think we're going to jump to the next presenter. We have a problem with the file. The next one is Aziz. So Mr. Aziz Manda, Kenya Coast Guard, Head of Joint Operations Center in Mombasa. He's going to talk about managing national information exchange. Kenya has a wealth of experience using the Ioris platform. Of course, I know them very well. Friends of mine, I live in Mombasa myself. But using Ioris both regionally but also at a national level as a primary tool within the Joint Operations Center based in the port of Mombasa. Cromario continues to work closely with Kenya to build their national coordination and multi-agency capability. And in addition to training and regular exercises, we're currently working with our sister project in Kenya called Go Blue, who are based in Kenya, on a pilot project that will link coastal communities into the National Maritime Coordination Center using a light phone application and feeding into Ioris platform. I'll speak a little bit more about that tomorrow, but for now, please, Aziz, over to you. Thank you.
Ambassadors, generals, admirals, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here in Seychelles for the first Ioris conference under the auspices of EU Cromario 2. My name is Aziz Manda, the head of Joint Operations Center from Kenya Coast Guard Service. And it gives me a great pleasure to take you through the presentation on managing national information exchange, the Kenyan perspective. Next slide, please. We start from the concept of the National Maritime Information Sharing Center. And in this regard, we have to appreciate that the Kenyan maritime domain has many agencies with diverse functions and mandates. And the concept of the Joint Operations Center was introduced in August 2016 for the following purposes. The first one, to optimize coordination of operations and information sharing amongst the various government border agencies. And secondly, to enhance maritime domain awareness for the various government agencies. So basically, the formation of the National Maritime Information Sharing Center came in because there was a gap. Firstly, there were many agencies which were working within the maritime, which had a focus within the maritime domain, but apparently there was no communication nationally amongst these various agencies. And to that end, there was silo mentality in terms of sharing of information, and that is why it was prudent for the different agencies to come together so as to break down those walls amongst the various agencies. The second one was issues to do with sea blindness. Kenya naturally was focused on terrestrial resources and had no focus on when it came to the maritime front. But with the advent of the blue economy, then now Kenya started focusing on what is happening out there at sea. And that is why, to alleviate the sea blindness, the issue of maritime domain awareness came in. And for the two objectives to be achieved, there has to be legislation or law that anchors it. And to that end, there's the Security Laws Amendment Act of 2014. So basically, that's the legislation that guides us from the strategic level to the operational up to the tactical level. And within this law, we have what we call the Border Control and Operations Coordination Committee, which is at the top level. And this committee works with what we call the Border Management Secretariat. And now when it cascades down, we have the border management committees, and then now we have the National Maritime Information Sharing Centers at the tactical level. So basically, this is how it flows from top down. Next slide, please. Kenya's approach to maritime domain awareness. Kenya's approach to maritime domain awareness mainly focuses on maritime situation awareness, whereby we have the community at the forefront, and the Kenya Coast Guard Service is just an enabler. And that is why we come as different agencies to enable the community to be at the forefront when it comes to the situational awareness of what is happening there out there at sea. And the reason for this is that you find that it is a community which interacts with the sea most of the time, and they have quite an expansive reach, even more than the law enforcement agencies, because that is their domain and they operate there on a 24-hour basis. Secondly, we have the threat analysis. Now, this is what we do at the Joint Operations Center. Once we understand the situation out there, we do our own analysis at the center. And lastly, we form up a response mechanism. So as you can see from the slide, it is from in an upscaling level, from the situational awareness to threat analysis, and finally to the formation of a response mechanism. Next slide, please. Now this slide shows the agencies that are represented at the National Maritime Information Sharing Center. We have the Coast Guard as the lead agency, and this is due to the fact that it is a maritime National Information Sharing Center. So basically the Coast Guard takes the oversight role. Then we have the Kenya Ports Authority, followed by the Department of Immigration Services, Kenya Wildlife Service, Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, National Intelligence Service, the Kenya Defense Forces, this is the Kenya Navy, National Police Service, and the Kenya Fisheries Service. So one might ask, do we have all these agencies in situ at the National Maritime Information Sharing Center? No. We work with in two modes, whereby we have the watchkeepers and we have the point of contacts. So the agencies which are not in situ within the National Maritime Information Sharing Center, we have a designated contact within the agencies who is part of the center as well. Next slide, please. Main roles and functions. The first one is targeting of threats emanating from the movement of persons and cargo across borders on the maritime space. After we do the targeting, then we go to the analysis bit. And during the analysis, that's now when we can be able to form up a response mechanism. That is now respond to government departments and agencies in supporting the information and intelligence needs on a case-by-case basis. And lastly, enhance maritime domain awareness through collaboration with other national and regional centers. So basically, at the Kenya National Maritime Information Sharing Center, we also work with hand in hand with the RMIC in Madagascar and also the RCOC, which is based here in Seychelles. Next slide, please. The main maritime security threats in focus. The first one is IUU fishing. And as it has been widely explained during this conference, IUU fishing is usually a conduit to other forms of maritime criminal activities. And that is why it is also on top of our list. Because when it comes to IUU, it also affects the food security of the coastal communities. And once they are affected, they can also be prone to other forms of maritime criminal activities. And secondly, it is also a carrier to other forms of maritime crimes, like the smuggling of small weapons, maritime mixed migration, which comprises of human trafficking and human smuggling. Next slide. Drug trafficking, smuggling of contraband. And also we have a new threat that we focus on, issues to do with cybercrime. We must appreciate that, one, Spoofing has been quite a key issue within the western part of Indian Ocean region, whereby you find vessels showing location on the systems where they are not on the on that actual position within the ocean. So spoofing is one way of which it manifests itself. And secondly, of course, protection of the critical national infrastructure, the ports, by safeguarding them with the necessary firewalls. And also, there's the issue to do with the undersea cables, the internet cables, whereby you find that some of these cables from the sea, they get their way to the land. We had one case in point whereby a vessel came, anchored, and where it dropped the anchor, there was a cable which was passing down there. So when it weighed the anchor, it came out with the cable. And we got this information from the fishing community. It was the first-hand information which we got from them, and then we were able to link up with the service provider. So also this shows that basic aspects of how the community can be able to assist, especially when it comes to do with issues with cyber as well. The NMIC approach to MDA. The first one, we have the raw data. The raw data is in the form of automatic identification systems. This is provided by the various systems at our disposal. Secondly, we have the human sources. Human sources, this is, we have developed a network which we call the Community Underwater Watch Program that comprises of the beach management units. So this is our main human sources network which shares with us a lot of information of what's happening on the ground. Thirdly, we have the VMS from the Fisheries Department. It is also quite helpful when it comes to getting that raw information. Fourthly, regional centers, the RMFC most specifically, where Kenya also has an international liaison officer who is deployed there. And also the land-based radar systems. This mainly we collaborate with the Kenya Navy. So once we have all this raw data, we can be able to fuse them within the National Maritime Information Sharing Center. And the output is analysis. We can be able to analyze and advise accordingly. And once we have all the operator inputs, then the final output is the detection of illegal behavior and establishment of patterns and trends. Because what might initially look like an illegal behavior, maybe it's a pattern and trend which is changing. So it is also a prerogative to ensure that we get to understand the dynamics at a local level. From MDA to the legal finish, where does the MDA come in? The MDA, according to us, we focus on the detection bit, whereby once we have the information or the intelligence which is necessary to perform an interdiction, we can share it to the relevant agency. And once this is shared to that relevant agency, then they can commence the investigation, whereby they can do the evidence collection and the chain of custody. Finally, cascades down to prosecution and the lessons learned. But not all detections lead to prosecutions, because within the conduct of the operation, maybe it might be found that the detection was not an illicit activity. So that is why it is very, very important for us to understand, to go for that lesson learned, that green last box. Because once we learn the lessons, now we can be able to discern maybe where we went wrong. Maybe our sources and methods were not correct, or maybe the source was not reliable. So those are some of the things that we look into when we are heading from the MDA towards the legal finish. Next slide, please. The information sharing agreements and programs, we have the Djibouti Code of Conduct / Gender Amendment, whereby we are also a signatory state. And Kenya, we have the Director General of Kenya Coast Guard Service, who's the chair of Working Group 1 in information sharing. And apart from that, next slide, please. Next slide. We are also members of the MAZE program, whereby in this program, there are 7 signatory states where we focus on, apart from information sharing, also coordination of operations at sea, whereby we have an agreement of deploying assets when it comes to regional operations. Next slide, please. Maritime information sharing tools. We have Ioris as one of the main information sharing tools within the National Maritime Information Sharing Center. And the one which is the one which is projected is the Kenya Interagency Coordination Area. So this area, we formed it a while back, whereby we have members from different agencies within this area. So in case there's something that we need to communicate within ourselves as a Kenya Interagency, we can be able to share information and also forms within that specific area. And we are looking also to add more members to this area within our own agencies, because apart from having let's say the strategic leaders within this area, it is also good to have the operational guys also within the area, because they're the ones also who deal with day-to-day operations. So apart from this area, Kenya is also within the area 118 that covers the western part of the Indian Ocean region. There, at least, we can be able to interact with all these other multinational agencies or countries that are within that area 118. Community Underwater Watch Program. Through the Kenya Coast Guard Service, the National Maritime Information Sharing Center works with the artisanal fisherfolk community as the first line of sight and other maritime stakeholders in enhancing information sharing among all stakeholders and government agencies. And currently, as it was espoused by Dave, the Kenya Coast Guard Service, in collaboration with GoBlue and EU Crimario 2, are developing a coastal mobile application whereby information can be shared in a secure manner. This shall be a key enabler in maritime safety and security operations. Basically, we are looking at having an app that can be shared, especially on phone. That phone can be given to the BMU chairman. And this chairman, in case there's an emergency or there's something that they feel it needs our attention, they can be sharing through that app, and it goes directly to the Ioris system, which shall be in the operation center, which is in the operation center. So we are looking forward to this probably in the course of 2023. We are hoping to roll it out, and then we see how it goes. Some key achievements. The first one is improvement of multi-agency information flow and sharing by providing timely information that adds value in decision-making for concerned agencies. So basically, this talks about breaking those walls within different agencies that we operate within the same area of responsibility. Now agencies are talking at the tactical level, because you find the representation at the National Maritime Information Sharing Center comprises of people from different agencies. And at this level, they can be able to share information much more easily without it going high up before then it comes to the next agency. The second one is participation in national and regional maritime security exercises. The National Maritime Information Sharing Center has been the regional center, especially when it comes to Cutlass Express exercises. We are mainly the regional center of CTF, Combined Task Forces South, which covers the better part of the Western Indian Ocean region. So this is one of the regional exercises that we've conducted. But apart from that, we've also conducted a TTX, a regional TTX with EU Crimario. And nationally, we also conduct our own exercises as a country. Also, we've participated in successful maritime search and rescue activities. Worthy to note is that within this year, we've participated with Somalia in 2 regional search and rescue activities, which were quite successful. And of note is there's one incident that started at 10 p.m. at night. I remember we got an alert from our Regional Maritime Rescue Coordination Center of a vessel that was sinking around 200 nautical miles off Somalia. And that was 10 p.m. We were able to communicate with Ioris, and we were able to save, out of a crew of 12, 10 were able to be saved by 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning. So this shows that regional coordination, and also the faces knowing each other, people knowing each other, it makes such operations to be quite easy at the regional level. Then we've also participated in various multi-agency intelligence-led operations. And this I can highlight one operation that we did with Interpol in 2021, Operation Ikatere. And actually, this is also the first time I'm meeting Mario. We were only meeting virtually when we were planning that operation. So it was also very successful. I have, next slide please. I have a few photos that I would like to share with you. This one shows the multi-agency vessel search, whereby we have different people from various agencies. Like here, there's a custom officer and an anti-narcotic unit officer doing a vessel search. Next slide, please. This is a multi-agency vessel of interest briefing. We do several of these. Once we have a vessel of interest, we do like a multi-agency boarding, and we can be able to get a briefing from the master. Next slide, please. Multi-agency fisheries inspection. From time to time, we do fisheries inspection, especially on the fishing vessels which operate within our territorial waters. So in this case, this was like a multi-agency compliant boarding, whereby they just go to inspect and check if everything is okay. Next slide, please. Maritime routine inspections. Kenyan coastal line has various bays and also archipelagos. And within these areas, we always conduct like routine inspections on the various users within the maritime space. Next slide, please. And also, it's very, very important for us as the National Maritime Information Sharing Center to be known out there that we exist and how we can be able to add value within the general information sharing mechanism. And to this end, it was in August this year, whereby we had like an international show where the Kenya Coast Guard Service presented. And this is also where we were able to showcase the Joint Operations Center, what we do and what we are capable of, and also exchange our contacts with the public so that we can be like the point of contact in case there's any requirement from us. Next slide, please. The bigger picture. A robust national capacity in maritime domain awareness and sufficient capacity in maritime law enforcement is the bedrock of a secure maritime space. So this paragraph focuses on the national perspective. Once we have the national capacity at a full operational capability level, then we can be able to advise the maritime law enforcement agencies accordingly for them to make the right decisions. And as Kenya, I can say we are lucky because the Director General of Kenya Coast Guard Service happens to be the chair of Working Group 1 Information Sharing Mechanism. So it is also incumbent upon him to make sure that we get all the facilitation and the necessary resources to make sure that we have that multi-agency set up in place. And the majority of maritime crimes are transnational in nature, and they transcend national jurisdiction. An effective information sharing mechanism and coordination of operations at sea shall ensure that the Western Indian Ocean region is secure from any form of maritime crime. So basically, this paragraph highlights the importance of regional coordination or regional integration when it comes to information sharing and also coordination of operations at sea. And on this note, it also highlights the importance of us communicating and developing trust amongst the neighbors, because once trust is developed, then it makes much information sharing and also coordination of the operations much more easier. And with that, thank you very much.
I just picked up on a couple of good points there. The requirement for legislation at national level is very important. Kenya's gone through that process, so I'm sure if anybody needs to learn and look at a model, Kenya will be happy to share their experience in that respect. And of course, multi-agency representation in your National Maritime Centre. If you can't get ILOs in there, at least you have the ability to contact the other agencies who are part of the process when you need to. As is highlighted, many of the security issues and threats which are also suffered by regional partners. And some, I noted here, sea cables, cybersecurity. This is a global issue, isn't it? It's not just regional. So we need to work together to address these. And thank you for mentioning all of the multiple exercises we've conducted, not only with Kenya, but also with all of our other regional partners on a regular basis, and we continue to do so. So if we're ready, please, can I invite Alex now, please, to take the stand and give his presentation. Thank
you. Your Excellency, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Captain Raleigh Ervuni. I'm the new director of RMFC. First of all, for our colleague from Somalia, I will not bother you with the case of Somalia. I will assure you. Information sharing is critical for maritime security. Recognition of mutual cooperation at sea by nations in the southern eastern of Africa and Indian Ocean, as mentioned during the Djibouti Code of Conduct high-level meeting, need to be implemented efficiently. Maritime challenges nowadays not only should contain illegal trafficking, IU fishing, piracy, or be proactive with the SAR, but should target any consequences of the limitation of the law of the sea. That's why the reason we need an efficient platforms. Ioris platform has played a major role in information sharing by enabling RMFC, RCOC, National Center to better handle maritime security issues. But first of all, I want to explain a little bit about how does the historic of the RMFC is and what is the link with RCOC. In fact, with the MASE program, with the result 4 and 5, there is the necessity of the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center and also the Regional Coordination Operational Center in Seychelles. So you can see there is a regional mechanism and also there is enforcement of the capacity building. Next slide, please. This is our area of interest. This is quite huge. Next slide, please. How is the mechanism? The mechanism is that there is 7 signatory countries, including Comoros, Djibouti, France by Réunion Island, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles. So you can see there is a mechanism of exchange of information between the 2 centers and also with the national centers. Also, other actors like regional and international community is interacted with the 2 centers. Next slide, please. So the scope of today will be what is the key role of Ioris platform in the information exchange. The second point will be Ioris data overlay add value, achievement, and finally the challenges. Next, please. So RMFC are collecting, analyzing, fusing, and disseminating maritime information by giving actionable information. Actionable information means that this is an information that gives an impetus to the regional, to the RCOC or to the national center. It can be a vessel of interest. That means a vessel without flag, a vessel that has no destination, a vessel that has been blacklisted by the IEU, by the fishing authority, and so on. So here, normally, the actionable information will trigger an action to the national center. And if the national center don't have the means to conduct the operation, then the RCOC is intervening. Next slide, please. Next one, please. So here we have the link with stakeholders. So first there is the signatory state and the state that is in the southern and eastern of Africa and Indian Ocean. So Ioris served as a platform of communication with them, also with the non-eastern and southern Africa, Indian Ocean states, including Australia, India, Indonesia, and so on. Also, there is a link with the regional and international organization partner. Next slide, please. Here is the link to the different center that is located in the Indian Ocean. Next, please. What is the mission of the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center? As I said, the mission is collect, diffuse, analyze, maintain a recognized picture, establish regional maritime situation awareness, produce report and study, provide operationally significant maritime information to National Maritime Information Center and RCOC. Next, please. So, for that mission, we have this organization. Next, please. Next, please. So, we have the daily monitoring, including exercise and training. We have also the regional analysis, and we have ad hoc working group in case of crisis. So, those cells that are colored in orange, Ioris platform play a role in that. Next, please. Now the second point, the Ioris data overlay add value. The advantage of Ioris is that you can use different layers as the technician has showed. We have the base map. Here, for example, we have the joint management area. This area is an area that is colored in red here. It is the continental shelf for Seychelles and Mauritius. And we have monitored this area for about 2 years. And as I said before, there is a limitation about the law of the sea. And we have identified a lot of vessels of interest. And our report has led to the creation of the joint management area by Mauritius and Seychelles. And just 10 days ago, an operation was conducted and it was fruitful. Why? Because in this region, there is a meadow, which is the seagrass, and which feed the fish there because of the phytoplankton. So there were a lot of dark rendezvous in this area. So when we overlay all this information, then we convince the authority about to conduct an operation there. Next slide, please. So, from our experience, this tool facilitates the decision-making mainly during an operation. My colleague from the RCOC will stress on the operation. Next, please. What is the achievement for 2022? There are 4 points. First, on the capacity building. So we have conducted with UNODC some courses for standardization. There is also a training on new update, tape table exercise, CRISMAREX 22.1, IUM CMEX 2022, AMROLEX, and WOMEX actually. Finally, for the operations, 4 operations has been conducted with RCOC. Next, please. What is the challenge? The first one is the efficiency based on the performance of the operators. You know, there is a lot of modularity in the Ioris system. So, if the operators is not enough trained, then it will be a problem. Because operators and analysts need to be well-trained for the Ioris. Secondly is the operational readiness. You know, there is a rotation of personnel in the RMFC, and some new personnel need the training, the basic training, in order to get involved in the platform. Also, finally, there is a lack of trainer within the team of RMMC that we will ask also. Next, please. So that is my presentations. As a conclusion, the Ioris platforms offer to the RMFC a tool for decision making and a tool to manage areas that is spotted in red. And of course, the fact that the AIS system is included in the Ioris platform, this gives a new impetus for the RMFC, for all who exploit it. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex. So I takeaways from that: need for efficient platform. There's multiple platforms out there. I can tell you, Ioris is a very efficient platform. We're happy to give you more details, and you'll hear more about this tomorrow as well. Noted the RMFIC linked to the RCOC established through the EU MASE program, and we've been there working with the regional partners since the beginning. Key roles of Ioris. Served as a communication tool within the RMIFC and links to regional and international partners. That's an important point to note as well. And used for daily monitoring, regional analysis and ad hoc working. As I said before, very flexible tool, shaped to the mandate of the centers. So you use it as you would like to use it. The advantage of additional layers, as you saw, Alex displayed a couple of layers there. That's something that is already available in the platform, and we're looking to enhance that functionality for you based on user feedback. Multiple exercises, again, the same as Kenya, and we work regularly with all the regional partners. The challenges, efficiency of operator training, yes, it's a perpetual challenge to maintain that level of operational efficiency, and Cromario worked very hard, and we've expanded the bank of instructors that we have available to conduct that training from very basic level up to operator and train the trainer level, and we continue to do that in the next couple of years, of course. And Ioris, a tool for decision making, exactly right. And with the new AIS layer satellite AIS layer that we now have in Ioris, which was launched version 3 in September this year, it gives now a new impetus for regional partners to use the platform on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to stop there, and we're going to take a quick 15-minute break. If I can ask everybody to be back in here in 15 minutes' time, please go and have a cup of coffee and have a leg stretch, and we'll continue with the final two briefers when you get back. Thank you.
opinionnya lagi.
C'est choix des vins. On ne comprend pas, c'est choix des vins. Ça, c'est choix des vins.
go to the job with taxi because I left my car with the Navy. And from taxi, and the 148 cars in different sizes. So from one office at the Ministry of Transport Cabinet, and today we have 14 installationists all around the coast, Djiboutian coast, including a small station in Bab el-Mandab. That's the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for me is an opportunity to thank the Republic of Seychelles, government, and great people. They welcome us from the airport to the hotel to the conference. Thanks a lot. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Merton Anglot, the director, project director, Excellencies, Generalists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is great pleasure for me to participate with you this highly organized conference, Ioris, as a Djiboutian commander, Djiboutian Coast Guard commander. The Republic of Djibouti, in view of its geostrategic position, has always given importance the maritime security and the safety. At the national level, regional level, and the international level. Indeed, the location of this country, Djibouti, at the gates of the entrance of the Red Sea, Strait of Bab el-Mandab, one of the most busiest shipping line, while more than 25,000 ships cruising yearly, coming from Red Sea, going to the Indian Ocean, and coming from Indian Ocean all the way down to Red Sea. Djibouti is located very strategic position, but at this moment, the surrounding country, our neighbors, almost unstable countries that would impact negatively to maritime security and the safety in Horn Africa. Djibouti government took several measures to secure the maritime security, and one of the measures, they created the Coast Guard, National Coast Guard, which didn't exist before. They signed it, and the gathering Djibouti Code of Conduct, 2009, January 2009, and also accepted to support for all international navy coming to fight against the pirates and the terrorism on the region. In terms of refueling, changing of crew, and the rest for the crew. It also the question accompanying the strong economic and development of this country related to maritime services. That made possible mainly thanks to the commercial activities related to the ports infrastructure. Sorry. And sustained the prosperity of these vital activities in this country. The Ioris, I would like to Next, please. The Djiboutian Coast Guard, sorry, to back a little bit to the history for that organization. The Djibouti Coast Guard created the end of 2010, almost 12 years. But the date, that's the date the president signed the decree to create the organization under the Minister of Transport. A little bit far from the Ministry of Defense, as usual. At the Georgia to apply the law on the sea. And they gave the civilian status, because there is a military status and there is civilian status. So the decision for the president, he gave this civilian institution, but we call it paramilitary, because weapons, uniforms, ships, everything, except only the status is different. Next. The mission for the Coast Guard is the same as the other mission, all around the Coast Guard all around the world, except we are surrounding several countries, neighbor Djibouti, almost lawless country or unstable country. While the terrorism and the piracy is still our border. The search and rescue is a very, very extremely important for this region, because thousands of immigrants, illegal migration goes across our sea, especially the area near to Bab el-Mandab, to go to Arab countries to get better life. They came from neighbor countries. And when cruising the sea, there is a lot of victims. I didn't put the pictures here, but I have more than 500 pictures floating on the waves and the bodies and many things. So the search and the rescue is very important, and one of the most, we give a very important consideration for that issue is to save the life in the area. Next. Djibouti starts to join the national level and the international level to fight all illegal activities, maritime threats. So at the national level, all those services concern the maritime issues. The instruction coming from the highest level of the country to work together. So now the important things, the Navy and Coast Guard, we collaborate, we coordinate to secure the area, so maritime domain. The other services is like supporting services. That is the national level. Second, next, please. For international level, we welcome all international level, all the navies, international navies. We didn't ask you who are you. We welcome everybody in the country. Sometimes I feel we are in United Nations office here, when you see the many ships in different countries. Sometimes you see one country, navy here, other navy here, and those navies, when you go out, they hate each other. But when they are in our port or our area, you are friends. We don't care your political issues or something like that. So we welcome all those navies, and we will support them, and we support for them, for allow them to the port for refueling or take the risk or join the crew. So they are happy with us. When I say the navies, including how many countries? European Union, Atlantic, US, China, everybody is here. So that level we are coordinating and we are working together. Last from 2010, from 2011 and going up. As you know, Djibouti hosted several countries, armies, US, France, China, Japan, Spain, Italy. So all those armies, we work together to achieve a common goal. The common goal is how to secure the area, especially the seaside. That is the governmental organization. We work as well. The organization we work, you can see here. For right at this moment, with a Crimario, Masi, and both from European Union, as well as IMO, International Maritime Organization, International Migrants, UNDC as well, drugs. So we work and we cordon everybody. We will share information. And that is very important for work to do the job better. For information sharing and the intelligence information is we sharing each other, it makes a big role. And at the operation level, we work as well on the sea. We set up the exercises conjoint with the other navies and the UNG, other organizations concerning to the maritime domain. Next, please. This is the Bab al-Mandab, the most important point in the navigation, in the maritime navigation. This is the entrance of this is the Red Sea, and this is the Gulf of Aden in Indian Ocean. And the Djibouti is located here. So this is the area the Coast Guard has the responsibility to protect and patrolling. So if something happens here, directly we share other information centers, other navies, other authorities concerned to work together. This is Somalia, and this is the Eritrea, and this is Yemen. And this area, there is a lot of ships, as you say, cruising, and there is illegal activities happening in this area. Trafficking, armed trafficking, drugs, human trafficking, mostly happen in this area. Because from that side and this side, when you cross 30 minutes is enough to move from this bound to other side. Next. We share other navy when they arrest pirates on the high seas, on the Indian Ocean or coast of Somalia, for example. We share them as a Coast Guard how to transfer those pirates from the warship to the airport to send designated country for trial. This is the one of the operations we set up. Next, please. This is a pirates. It's a real one. It's not the fake one, the real one. Arrested by Italian Navy. And they took us to the port, and we transferred it. This is a Djiboutian Coast Guard. We transferred it from the port to the airport. Next. This is, I think you have the news for this situation. This is French. This is a French doctor, surgery doctor. He get retirement, and he bought these sailing boats, and he traveling all around the Indian Ocean, Red Sea, all around for relax. Do you know what happened? He was in Djibouti with us, and he moved to Bab al-Mandab to go to France. During he was cruising behind the Bab al-Mandab, the entrance of Bab al-Mandab, the coast, Yemen coast, near to Yemen coast, Hanish, no Hanish, 5 miles, 10 miles from the Bab al-Mandab, that boat attacked. That boat attacked the ship and opened the fire here. 4 Yemenites, heavily armed. So he and the 2 others, they were 3. They come down inside when they get they open the fire against them. So the Yemenite guy, he came on board here, and they start taking something on board the ship, the flight deck. So the older doctor, he has the pistols. So he took the pistols and he pointed to the terrorists, to the pirates. And that guy, the attacker, who is the Yemenite guy who came on board, he didn't get the time to take back his arm because he put the arm at the back to take something. So suddenly he pointed the pistols against him. On the same time, he pictured it. He took the picture. So when he saw he's pointing the pistols against him, he jumped to the boat. And he tried to escaped from the ship, that boat. So he sent the SOS. And there is one frigate, Italian Navy. We exercised together near to Bab al-Mandab with our boats, Coast Guard. So just 1 hour later, the accident happened in Bab al-Mandab. So he got the signal, the ship getting a signal from Atlant. I don't remember the name of the frigate. The Italian Navy. Though suddenly they went to the place and take back the ship to our territorial water, especially in Bab al-Mandab. And as Coast Guard, we sent the boats. This is the Coast Guard boat. And they got the engine file as well. Their engine doesn't work. They didn't touch the bullet, but it's getting technical problems. So we tow from Bab al-Mandab all the way to Djibouti. Can you a little bit back, please? I will show the map. No. Back. Yes. The accident happened. This is Bab al-Mandab. The accident happened somewhere here. And the Italian Navy took that ship to here, and our boat towing all the way down to Djibouti. Okay. That is the latest news happening in the area. Next, please. Okay. This is illegal fishing. We are suffering from illegal fishing coming from China, from Egypt, from Yemen. Many fishermen coming to the area. But the Coast Guard, the patrolling, we prevent a lot. So this is mostly Yemenite fishermen. This is the Coast Guard. Yeah. Next, please. This is the fish stolen by Djibouti and territorial water to take to Yemen now. Next. As I said, many people coming from neighbor country to cross Bab al-Mandab to go to Arab Peninsula. So they use these small boats. This boat is the capacity for transporting only 15 people. They put 200 people on board. And they're moving with all the engine, 75 horsepower. They cross from Djibouti and coast to other side, to Yemen to Saudi Arabia, and the forward. So we save them. We try to stop them. And 1,000 people when you're moving at the same time in different places, it's not easy to stop all. So we stop some of them, and some of them, like this boat, capsize, and hundreds passed away. And some of them go and getting other side. Next, please. So we put our boats to save their lives. Yeah, this moment when I took back, were taken back to Djibouti, to our installation in Djibouti. At the mostly 80% from Ethiopia. 20% from Eritrea and Somalia. And mostly they are very young people. Well, this is the Coast Guard installationist and the way we took back from the sea to the shore. Next. I didn't put the photo or video for when they capsized and I died. It's very bad pictures. Next, this is smuggling, something like that. The Coast Guard didn't hesitate to stop the drugs who moving toward to Arab Peninsula because they selling there a lot of money. So you see, this is the hashisha. Hundreds of kilos we arrested the last 6 months. And they mostly coming that's from Ethiopia. Goes to Arab Peninsula. Some of them goes to Djibouti, but the better get a higher price, you have to cross other side. And they use the computers. There is it's a network moving from Ethiopia all the way down to Djibouti, Djibouti to Yemen, Yemen to the Saudi Arabia. That is smuggling of drugs. So they use the computers, and this is the knives. If someone, they're hitting somewhere in the coast. If someone, 1 or 2 people coming, they kill them. But when an arrest with the boat, or we arrest a big number of people, soldiers, we attack them. Next. This is a pollution case. Because the Coast Guard, we work for Ministry of Environment, for Environment Protection Environment. We work for Justice. We work for 5 departments. Next, please. This is one of the pollution. One cargoes coming from Indian Ocean, and one is to cross to enter to Bab el Mandeb. This rope getting what do you call it? I don't know. Rubbing. Yeah, the propeller of the cargo. And the rope was almost 3,000 meters. So he couldn't take out. He took to the place, that ship, the blue ship here. So they come close to the Djibouti port, it's a channel, near the channel, and they make anchorage here. And with the waves, the cable moving like this and close the port. So the Coast Guard team went there to cut and liberate the ship from downstairs, diving. Next. This is the boat, the search and the rescue operation is. This boat capsized with the 15 people, 14 Spanish tourists, and the one of Djiboutian. That was a rough sea. It was 2 months ago. So the Coast Guard went there to save them. And when they sent our boat to save them, it was difficult to recover because the waves was around 2-3 meters above. So they used the other techniques, ordinary techniques. They send the ropes, and the person take the ropes, the victims, and they towing all the way to the ship, like this. Thanks God, there is nobody died. Only three injuries. Next. Cremario is very important. It's very important tools to support. Sorry. The importance of integrating the Ioris platform into the operations of the Djibouti Coast Guard lies in its ability to strengthen the collaboration and the information sharing with regional and the international partners involved in the field of safety and the security of the maritime domain. Now, preface, please. Yeah. The Ioris provided courses to Djiboutian personnel. This is the last month, 3 weeks ago. Thank you for the director. Next. That training gives our personnel how to make information sharing, how to use Ioris, how to coordinate. That is enhancing the capability and the operationality of the Djibouti Coast Guard. Next. This is during the course. Next. Yeah, Ioris experts provide the course to Djiboutian Coast Guard. Next. Next. Sorry. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and I hope I didn't bother you for the words. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Colonel. And again, a huge achievement, creating a Coast Guard from scratch, and we can all appreciate how much effort and work went into that. So from humble beginnings, this is where we are today. But I noted that you have a claim to the best Coast Guard in the region. So I'm proposing an annual regional Coast Guard competition. If anybody's interested, we can work out the details later on. Thank you for also mentioning Ioris, and as a new Ioris member, I noted from your photographs you had Patrick there. Unfortunately, Patrick is one of our colleagues. He can't be with us this week. He's assisting with an exercise based in Madagascar. So, but I'm glad to see he's mentioned in the photograph there. So let's move on then. We've got a little bit of time left. I'd like to introduce you now to Captain Sam Gontier. He's the director of the IOC Regional Centre for Operational Coordination, RCOC, and he's going to talk a little bit about managing regional maritime operations. So the RCOC is based here in Seychelles, and they are one of our key partners, having participated in the original design of Ioris and have used it since its inception. They've built up a wealth of experience over the years and are instrumental in, with its continued engagement to shape the evolving system functionalities to ensure that Ioris meets not only the needs of the RCOC, but those of the national and regional partners as well. Sam, please.
Afternoon, everybody. I know you've been here, it's a long day, so I'll try and keep it short and sweet. And my colleague with the RMIFC has already covered part of my brief, so that's going to help me out a lot. And I don't like to say our sister office. I like to say that we're twins, you know, so not identical twins. I mean, he's better looking, but I'm taller, you know, so, okay. Okay, so move on to the next slide, please. I'll keep it very fast, these ones. The host agreement was created in 2017. In 2018, the regional centers were created, and the governance of the two regional centers, the RCOC and the RMIFC. The financial contracts was established by the IOC to Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles, and Comoros in 2018. And the IOC then did in 2022 the Djibouti and Kenya. Very shortly, we'll have, actually, I should have amended that as well, We have Mozambique, Namibia, Angola and Tanzania that have expressed an interest in signing the MASI agreements. So the list of countries will grow more than 7, and I'm happy to announce that. Next slide, please. This is some of the information that my colleague at the RMISC mentioned, which is the objectives of the centers. So we'll just skip along that and go straight to the meat. Okay, so as you saw on the slide that the RMISC showed, the 28 million square feet, that's very small. Okay. The 28 million square kilometers of that area that you see there, that's the area where the RMIFC's information sharing zone is. The other smaller area that you see, which is only 14 million square kilometers, that's the area where the RCOC's regional responsibility is. And this is the area that we have to patrol and try and stop all the illicit activities at sea. And I have the vast amount of ships of 16 and 4 aerial platforms to be able to cover all that space. So as you can see, we have a lot of work to do in a huge area of operation. But we do have I can see a lot of you over here. We have EU NAV4, we have the UK, we have the France vessels, we have Italy. We have all these different countries that when they come into our area of operations, they help assist us in our operations as well, and they will help to monitor and patrol the oceans to help us. Next slide, please. The matrix of the RCOC. In our center in Seychelles, we have ILOs from Comoros, France for La Réunion, Djibouti, Kenya, Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles. Those are the permanent liaison officers that we have stationed in Seychelles, and they are the key to us being able to share information with all the other nations, with their particular countries, to be able to assist us in running our operations in the area. We have nations that are not part of the ILOs that soon we will have Tanzania, Mozambique, Namibia, and Angola. Once they sign the agreements, we will then get ILOs from their countries into our stations as well. And Kenya, don't know where he went, but Kenya. In January, Kenya will should be able to supply us with the liaison officer in the RCOC office, which they already do for the RMIFC office. On the international side, we have MOUs already signed with the Indians, IFC IOR, with EU NAV4, UK, and the IMO. And then the companies or establishments that we do not have IOUs with, the IOC, US AFRICOM, CMF, UNODC, UNICA, IOM, Cremario, thank you very much, EU PSP, the Vulcan, IORA, Interpol, IFC Singapore, and the main platforms that we use, as you can see in the center there, is Ioris, Mercury, MASS, Sea Vision, Skylight, and SharePoint. Next, please. The main partners of the RCOC. We have 4 protocols MOUs that we have signed. EU NAV4 Atalanta, which is signed with my twin brother over there, the RMIFC and the RCOC. We have the IMO and the RCOC, the IFC IOR with RCOC, and the UK RMIFC and RCOC. The partners without MOU, AFRICOM, UNODC, Cremario, thank you again, CMF, Vulcan, which is the Skylight system, IOM, the GMDSS, they actually provided us with the GMDSS system and IMASAT-C, and the PSP, the Port Security and Safety of Navigation Program, which is run by the IOC. Next slide, please. Am I ahead of you? No, I'm the same, okay. All right. So these are tabletop exercises that we have done in the last few years. There's Polmar exercises with the IOC, the tabletop exercises with the RCOC, and on drug trafficking, piracy, species trafficking, which we use the Ioris platform for that. We have we've done two Comorex tabletop exercises with Camario covering SAR and Polmar using the Ioris platform again. We've done 3 Catalyst Express exercises. In 2019, 2020, we used Ioris, and in 2022, moved to Civision. We've done the TSS matrix with Singapore IFC using the Ioris system, and SIMEX immigration with the Ioris system. Next slide, please. Preventative operations. This is the fun part. So we've done Operation Requin Bulldog with the French Navy and the Seychelles assets, and we've done in 2021 Red Snapper, Comoros with Seychelles assets. 2022 we've done Operation Marlin, EU NAV4 Seychelles, Operation Sunfish, UK Seychelles, and Operation Yellowfin, which we just finished, Mauritius and Seychelles. We also, when called upon, do the search and rescue exercises. So in a good example, next slide please. In 19th of June 2021, we had a distress call come in from a Comorian boat which had 38 passengers and 11 crews, and we, together with the RMIFC, we dispatched search and rescue, and 38 people and 11 crews were rescued. Polmar. Everybody knows about Wakashio. So what did the RCOC and RMIFC do for Wakashio? Well, we established the inventory of equipment of all the signatory states, which we then passed on to Mauritius so that way they can use whichever they needed from the different states. We share a list of Polmar equipment that's available for the Mauritius to use. And forward, RCOC is creating a database of pollution response equipment of the region. So each of the signatory countries give us a list of all the equipment that they have, a list of all the key personnel that we will call in event of pollution at sea. And that way, when something does happen, we know who to call. And to give you an example that somebody mentioned today, while I was here this morning, we received a call that there's a vessel that's grounded itself off the coast of Mauritius. So Mauritius reached out to us as the RCOC office. We then checked with our MIFC to see if any of the signatory countries have a towing facility for 60-ton plus. Seychelles does have, so we've put it on standby right now. We're waiting for a report from Mauritius. As soon as they give us the go-ahead, we will send a tugboat down to Mauritius to help pull that vessel out of the water. Well, back into the water, if you want to say, yeah. So the RCOC is also creating a framework to be able to create a regional disaster response center, which is something that with the experience that we had from Wakashio and the events that we've seen been happening, we figure it's time that there is a response center for the whole region. And so we're working on that, and all the ILOs are doing all their hard work to put this together. Moving on to some examples of the exercises. Operation Red Snapper. This is a Seychelles, Comoros, and Madagascar area of operation, which was supported by Seychelles and Comoros vessels. You'll see some details of flight times, 20 hours by the Seychelles Dornier, the patrol vessels, 5 days and 4 days for the Comoros. Vessels monitored. This is where the RMIFC does the monitoring of VOIs in the area. They detected 33 vessels that they were identifying and getting background on it, and the Dornier picked out 13 as well that they saw. So our job is to investigate them, and the RMIFC gathers the information on them so that way we know whether it's worth us investigating or not. There were 3 skiffs detected that were transporting drugs. Unfortunately, due to the lack of equipment that we have, we do not have a vessel that was fast enough to be able to keep up with these. They're almost like cigarette boats. They were that fast. They just took off, and with our sight, we couldn't even keep up with them. But we did have the Dornier fly by, identify the name of the vessels, And the very next day in the port of Comoros, the vessel was seized and went on to legal finish. Operation Marlin. Same thing, this was a joint operation, and we did that with the EU NAV4, and the EU NAV4 supplies, next slide please, catch up. And the next, the EU NAV4 and the helicopters for EU NAV4, and they also supplied drones for that operation. So even though, this is an example, even though we don't actually catch anybody out there at that time, we are creating a deterrence. So by being in that area, they know that we do patrol those areas, and they hopefully stay out of it, because they don't know when we're coming back. And so we try to always have a presence in different parts of the 14 million square kilometers that you saw. Operation Sunfish. Yes, this was with the British, the HMS Montrose. Now, what was interesting about this operation is we designated two areas. The area 2, that you see the smaller area, that was for the Seychelles to patrol. And the longer area, HMS Montrose was tasked to return home. So we said, all right, so if you're going to return home, we would prefer if you take this corridor, and that way you can patrol that corridor for us on the way back home. And so that's the route they took home. In the designated area that we highlighted, there was nothing there. They didn't see it. But as soon as they came out of that area, if you move on to the next slide, please, they came across this. So HMS Montrose boarded this vessel and got 870 kilograms of drugs and 15.5 million pounds worth. So that's a win, regardless if it was outside the area of operation, but it was because of the route that we're taking home to do the area operation, they came across this. So we count that as a win anyway. Operation Yellowfin. This is the one that we just finished just now. This was the first joint operations with Mauritius in the JMA. And as the director of the IMSC mentioned, the JMA is a very particular area. It's the largest seabed of the seagrass in the world, which as you know, the seagrass provides more oxygen to the environment than actual trees do. And also it's the breeding ground of the pygmy whale. So what's unique about the GMA as well is the agreement that Seychelles and Mauritius have. This is the only international waters that there's a rule against fishing on the seabed. So you can't fish for sea cucumbers, you can't touch the seagrass, that area is protected. And so we go out there, this is the first operation that we did to try and see if there's anybody fishing, dragging nets, whatever. So yeah, let's go to that one, perfect, you're ahead of me. So what's interesting about when we went there is there was a vessel there, actually we did a press conference about this a couple of days ago. This vessel, Wuchen Sai 168, was in the area fishing and had no flag, it was flagless. So we sent PSA 12 next to it, and PSA 12 went to go board it, and when they saw us, they hoisted a Mauritian flag, because they saw it was the Seychelles Coast Guard, so they said, no, we're Mauritian based, so we're fine. So we went on, boarded them, we requested from Mauritius to get information on the certificates of the vessel to see whether it does have the right to fly a Mauritian flag, but it was of course a weekend, so most people don't work on a weekend, so we didn't get the answer until Monday morning, but we were already off the ship. So Monday morning when we spoke to Mauritius, they said, nope, that vessel does not have the right to have a flag of Mauritius, so therefore it's illegal. So we said, okay, where's the vessel right now? And funny enough, it was going south straight towards the hands of Barracuda, who was waiting there, the Mauritian ship. So Barracuda boarded the vessel, asked them, why do you have a Mauritian flag? They go, oh, no, it's not a Mauritian flag. They pull it down and put a Taiwanese flag up, you know? Now you just flew 2 flags. That's illegal. So then we said, okay, head back to the port of Mauritius for legal finish. The captain agreed, so turned towards Mauritius and started going towards Mauritius. So our boarding crew disembarked, so that way they can carry on doing their job and search other vessels. While we were off their vessel, they decided to turn and head back towards Taiwan. So at this point, the Mauritian ship pulled up alongside them, loud horns, warning, you got to stop, you got to head towards Mauritius. They refused. They actually increased speed to 13 knots. At this point, we called in the UNODC, which is a good example why it's important to have partners with us all the time. And UNODC came in, sat in the office with us, and said, okay, you have the right to escalate to using live rounds. So we informed the Mauritian Coast Guard they can switch to live rounds and fire warning shots. So they fired warning shots across the bow. The vessel said, okay, I'm turning around, and went back to Mauritius, and now it's in Mauritius for legal finish. So the system works. We are doing it. We just need more help from everybody. We need obviously every time we have naval assistance in the area, the better. And we're happy to be able to say that all our partners that work with us have extended everything that they have to us, and they work alongside us, and we're very happy to be in this situation, and we're happy to have you all over here in Seychelles. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. It's not easy going last, but you did well. Very interested and pleased to hear that you have additional countries in the region waiting to sign the IOC agreement. That's very, very welcome. ILOs from many regional countries, quite right. It's key to maximize the efficiency of information exchange with regional partners and also international partners. So regional centers, it's an absolute must. The examples of multiple exercises with the regional partners through platforms, especially Ioris platform, has been going on for several years, and it's very good to see that listed there. We also were included in some preventative operations, but the issue of publicizing that is sensitive, because on the one side we're saying Ioris is private and secure, we don't see what happens at a national level or regional level unless you invite us. But at the same time, it's good to get some return feedback from the region, so that we can convince our masters who are paying all this money in Brussels that actually it's a good investment to keep supporting Ioris platform. So just bear that in mind going forward. You can sanitize the information, but it's nice to let us know when you have a success using Ioris platform. That, I think, is where I'm going to leave it there. Or just one other point. I noticed the creation of the regional database, pollution response, excellent initiative, and the framework for regional disaster response, two excellent initiatives, and I look forward to seeing how they progress in the future. So thank you very much for Sam and all of our speakers here. Big round of applause, please, and then we're going to leave it. Thank you. Questions? Okay, we can open. I'm going to leave it to you. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, the speakers of this panel. Normally, I would invite you to go back to your seats, but just stay there, because we still have one session. But I spent the last half an hour negotiating for you, so you owe me a drink tonight. What we are going to do is only one single presentation from our side, because it's important for us, but also important for you to see what we have done in the last day and what we are going to do, in the last 2 days. A live exercise, a regional exercise that our colleague Olivier Bézier has conducted together with RCOC and the partners. So I will give the floor to Olivier to brief you about this, and afterwards you are free. So Olivier, please.
Thank you, Alex. So I have indeed the privilege to be the last, so I'm sure she will listen to me. So indeed, we are conducting an exercise on today and tomorrow. The countries are Sri Lanka, Maldives, Madagascar, Seychelles, Comoros, that's all, Kenya, and I think that's it. And UNAFOR, if I may say it's a country. We began this morning, and I have a few screenshots to show you, and it will be enough. So the scenario in 2 words. There is one scenario on the north, one scenario on the south, and the participants have to share information if they want to identify the suspect tracks. Very easy in theory. In practical, it's a little bit more difficult. So every country has a piece of the puzzle, and if they do not share, again, it does not work. It did work today. They identified the 2 suspects. One of these is the blue track you can see here. So it is simulated tracks. It's the first time we are using simulated tracks on Ioris, and so far so good. As you can see, the platform is red, so it's the one that we use for exercising, and it's indeed a great tool to have a separate platform, one for exercise and one for a real operation. By the way, there was a real operation during our exercise. There is some fishing vessel grounding somewhere in Mauritius, so we altered a little bit. They use Ioris to make the calculation about who can go to the area and who can deploy the tool and whatever. And then they make, because maybe I hope you were already introduced about the little nautical calculation we can do with the system. So they made their little calculation, they make a screenshot, and they share the information through WhatsApp. And it's a nice combination of modern tools to make sure that you can touch the decider, the stakeholders, even if they are not regular Ioris users. Next slide, please. Is the next one? It looks to be the same, but you know what? I'm very proud, if I may say so, even if I'm not in charge of the RCOC. So Sam, you can be proud, because this is exactly the kind of result we like to achieve when two countries, namely Sri Lanka and Maldives, are in a position to conduct the interdiction or the boarding or the surveillance. In that case, they were ready to make boarding, and the RCOC as a coordination authority, not authority, but coordination center, say, whoa, easy, okay, you are both ready to get on the bad guys, but RCOC recommends a coordinated operation between Maldives and Sri Lanka to enhance security and safety of the operation and to avoid duplication of efforts. And this is exactly what Ioris is designed for: coordination and coordination at sea in I would say a seamless way. What else? Next is screenshot, because I guess you already understood that the quality of internet is not always good, despite the best effort of our provider. Just here, so okay, I'm going to leave the area. Just to show you, the suspect has been identified, and it is the track. This is a federal boat from Sri Lanka. This is another federal boat from Maldives, and they are doing the interpretation to see who is the best place for the interpretation. That's it. So the exercise will continue tomorrow. The first suspect has been, as you can see, well, is going to be intercepted, and then we will see tomorrow with the other one, who is suspected of having offloading containers of ammunition. Next picture. I think it's not the same. What else? Yeah, just to show you that if you are, I know you are not always your Ioris users, even if you should be. The clustering is read when we are using simulation is to make the difference between IS clustering and simulation clustering. And when, you know what, when the real case occurred, when this ship went aground in Mauritius, the RCRC asked me, is it you? Is it a simulation or is it a real ship going around? I said, no, take care, it's a real one. I'm not simulating this one. So the level of realism is interesting. Still, we introduce a difference by the color between the simulated tracks and the real tracks, effectively to avoid this kind of misunderstanding. Just last word about the organization of these exercises. It's easy and difficult. Easy because we are doing this, we have been doing this for 12 years now, and difficult because all the countries are, I would say, prompted. They have many occasions, and it's not always possible for them to know if they will be available. So sometimes we have a last-minute response, but it was the case today. 2 countries joined this morning, but we were very happy to have them because the way they conducted the scenario was much more interesting than initially planned by the ECG. The ECG being the exercise control group, which is made for this occasion of me and Navi Rangolam, which is the deputy, right, of the Regional Maritime Information Sharing Center in Tana. Thank you. I'm done. If you have questions.
So if there are any questions for Olivier, but also for the last panel, now is the moment before we close. So.
If you don't want to go back, it's the moment.
Okay, if not, can you put my presentation, just the last slide, please? Not, no, not the last one, the next, no, the other one. Yeah, this one. Okay, so just to be sure that you have the elements in front of you. Yeah, before that, I missed to announce you that the presentations that we didn't do today, they will be provided tomorrow during the syndicate, the Syndicate 3. So we had 2 presentations from Commander Anthony Gagnard on ions and another exercise that has been conducted together with the French Navy. So yes, for tonight, what do we have? A gala dinner, okay, in less than 2 hours, so be ready. And tomorrow, the conference will start at 9 o'clock, and the transport will leave the hotel at 8:15. So have a great evening and enjoy the dinner. Any questions for me? No?